Hey guys, it's PokeDude, here with Misaki, and welcome to the Song of Saya, or Saya no Uta. And I just realized I forgot to set the game's volume level. 1 second. Open up volume mixer. Let's turn that down just a smidge. More. That should be good. Okay. Okay, so this game is not a Type Moon visual novel. It is made by Nitro Plus. It was, however, written by Gen Urobuchi, who wrote Fate Zero and Fate Grand Order's Lost Bell 3, and some other works you may have heard of, like Madoka Magica, Psycho Pass. You know. Now, Misaki, you know nothing about this game at all, right?
Nope.
No. I think a few years ago I might have read like the first hour or two of it, but I ended up getting distracted by other stuff, never went back to it. So I know the basic premise, and also through other means I may have learned something about Saya that's probably a spoiler, but oh well. Alright.
All I know is based on the song, like, yes, Song of Sai, it's a musical.
Yeah. And also, this game is apparently quite short. We're expecting to finish it tomorrow on the second stream, so... The story is a work of fiction. The procedures and conditions described herein are imaginary and do not reflect actual medical practice.
I love how they put that.
The work of fiction contains grotesque images that may disturb some viewers. Please select how you would like such images displayed. Do you mind? Okay. Are you okay with grotesque images, Misaki?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Alright, so viewer discretion is advised, but... Oh, wait, oh, shoot, does that count as a voice? I remember this, like... where's the... Let me just keep this up for a minute. Let's start over again. Sorry. I'm pretty sure that weird noise is supposed to actually have, like, sound to it. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Well, now you know what that sounds like. Actually, I think we could probably just leave it on for a minute until we get to some actual dialogue. The wriggling, massive flesh burbles. Hey, you want to try transliterating? You want to try saying that, Misaki?
Oh gosh, is that like...
Grensly. Three such creatures sit around the table in front of me, slurping filthy sludge from their cups as they trade whines, growls, and sounds that I cannot describe.
Oh, it's me in the morning.
Funny thing is, you can tell it's actual people speaking, like, just with the heavy filter over it. By listening carefully, I'm able to grasp the gist of the conversation and respond with it when it is required of me. This is necessary to avoid arousing their suspicion. However, these creatures look, they are my friends, apparently. I wish I could still deny it, but I gave up on that a long time ago. And after night, I went to sleep praying for an end to this nightmare, only to wake each morning to the same twisted hellscape as the day before. I know now that I have to blend in, but I have to act like one of them. Such has been my life these past 3 months, and so it will remain until the day I die. Judging by its tone, this one must be Koji, and the one next to him, schooling more than the others, is probably Omi. Which means that the one next to me is Yo, though I can no longer see any trace of her once attractive features. I try my best to ignore the rotten stench of excrement that issues from her quivering flesh.
I wonder if you're just like, yeah, I understand. Mm-hmm. Totally. Like, is he responding to them?
He said that he would respond when necessary. Everything has changed, or almost everything. But by some cool trick of fate, my relationship to the world alone remains the same, as if an insane architect took the blueprints of my life and rebuilt it out of blood and gore. These monsters and I were part of the same college club. We studied together, ate together. We even went skiing together every winter break. Now these are but painful memories of days that will never return. If only no one recognized me, I might have been able to disconnect myself from the world. It would have been comforting in comparison to believe that I had been abducted by aliens or that I had stumbled through a gateway to hell. But no, this is beyond a doubt the city where I was born and raised, the society that I was part of for 20 years. Save that I, and I alone, can no longer see it in that way. The world as I knew it is gone. I have no place to call home. Anyway, I can tell that whatever they're discussing is of no importance to me. I decided to keep quiet while pretending to listen. But just then... one of the flesh beasts says as it swivels in blood, explode shadow eyes toward me, "What do you think?"
Don't.
Alright, I guess we can turn the voices off now. We get the idea of what they sound like, so... Wait, is there a separate, No, okay. About what? I try desperately to suppress my loathing and behave normally, but my hoarse voice ruins the attempt. We're talking about this, your ski trip. You're coming too, right? The slimy hole near the top of the creature writhes nauseatingly as it vomits some semblance of words. That must be Koji's face, or what I would have seen as such 3 months ago. Unable to stomach the sight of it, I avert my eyes and give a neutral answer. I don't know. You have plans? Not really. These were my closest companions. One of them had even wished to be more. How many nights have I spent crying in loneliness, lamenting the friends who no longer exist? In 3 months, my tears ran dry, and now there's only loathing left in me. Surrounded by hideous creatures that I can only assume are Koji, Omi, and Yo, I spend each day trying to act as I always have. If I fail at this, I'll surely be sent back to the hospital. Only this time, I'll be locked away forever. No matter what, I won't let that happen. I mean, it's not like your physical activity could affect your injuries, right? I'm not sure. I'll ask the doctor during my checkup. That's it. I can't look at them or bear their screeching any longer. I jump to my feet, desperate to escape. Hey, Fuminori! Yeah. A spray of stringy slime from the cilia around its voice box flies at me. I try to cover myself, but too late to keep the slime from splattering across my face like the yolk of a rotten egg. I'm about to lose it. I want to grab a chair, a desk, anything within reach, and use it to smash the life out of this creature, ending it all. I barely suppress the impulse. I must let that something Must let on that something is wrong. However they look at me, this is their world. I'm the outsider here. Like I said, today's my checkup. I've got to go. Struggling to put on a smile, I reach into my wallet, pull out the first bill I find, put it on the table without even looking at it. I don't care about the change. I just need to get out of here. Now. Later, I murmur hastily and flee the cafeteria. I'm not crazy. Wait,
Hey.
I'm not sure which one's Omi. Hey, says Staccato Omi. Why don't we go somewhere if we can skate for this year's ski trip? Tsukuba Yo frowns at the suggestion.
Skate? But why are we going to a ski resort to skate?
Give her a break, Tsukuba. It's all she talks about these days. Okay, wait. Okay, so... Okay. Omi's the girl, Yo's the guy. Okay. Tono Koji supports Omi with a laugh. Her impromptu suggestions are nothing new. And it's Koji's role as her boyfriend to provide backup. They're a good match for each other, Yo thinks. Sometimes it makes her jealous. I mean, she's seriously never gone skating before I took her the other day.
Hey, is it really that strange?
Not many people start skating in their 20s, you know.
I was scared when I was little. Those shoes look like big knives.
Have you ever been ice skating, Misaki?
Nope.
I've been to an ice rink once or twice, but yeah. It's fun, but it does take a little practice.
But you picked it up just like that? That's pretty amazing, Omi.
It's a lot like
It's a
skiing.
lot like skiing. Or is that...
Yeah, I think that's...
It's a lot like skiing. You keep your weight forward and use the angle of the shoes to steer.
I think that was his line and this one's hers, but...
You made it sound so easy. I figured I should give it a try, and it was fun.
So it was a date. Yo feels a stab of envy. Koji and Omi... Okay, wait. You know what? I actually think I have an instruction manual with the character names. Let me just look that up real quick, because this is really throwing me off. Wait, did I not? Wait, where did... Hold on. Sorry. Manual, here we go. Okay. Okay, so this girl is Yo, and then the other girl is Omi. There we go. Koji and Omi enjoy their time together as normal lovers do. That's certainly not something that should make her jealous. It's just that her luck in love has been bad. That's... Yo.
Oh? Well, I want to see Omi skate too.
Yo keeps her voice upbeat, trying to cover up her disquiet. She knows that it's wrong to envy her friends. She too would be spending time with the man she admires, if not for the terrible tragedy that befell him. His true misfortune, her bad luck doesn't begin to compare.
How about it? If we make the next ski trip a skating trip too, it'll be twice as fun. But you can skate at a skating rink, can't you? Why go all the way to a ski resort? I don't want to skate indoors. I want to skate outside, on a lake or something. That sounds fun, but won't it be crowded?
While speaking, Yo sneaks a sideways glance at the young man sitting next to her. Although the conversation has involved only 3 people so far, there are in fact 2 couples at the cafeteria table. Yo's boyfriend, though There's still some doubt over whether he could be called that. It's beside her, as silent and expressionless as a statue. Hey, Fuminori, what do you think? Perhaps Koji sensed Yo's pain and in his usual quiet and considerate way. About what? The cause of Yo's distress. Sakisaka Fuminori responds to Koji's sudden query with a vague, mumbled question of his own. We're talking about this winter's ski trip. You're coming too, right? Koji speaks gingerly as though probing a tumor. A few months ago, he would not have hesitated to rebuke Fuminori for his attitude. The long acquaintance had forged a strong and honest friendship, but now... I don't know. Fuminori responds bluntly. Downcast eyes and sullen demeanor, making it clear that he has no desire to break his silence. You have plans? Not really. Okay, so I think this is the same scene that just played out, except... Wait, is it? Or... Even Koji, Fuminori's best friend, cannot communicate with him as before. What hope does Yo have of breaking through his shell? The scars left by the events of that late summer day are still deep. All these months later, even one of the four bears them. Not only Fuminori. Hello there, Ocelot Unit. How you doing? I mean, it's not like physical activity could affect your injuries, right? Not sure. I'll ask the doctor during my checkup. Yeah, so... Okay, yeah, so... The scene we saw before with the flesh walls is this scene, but from their perspective.
I feel bad. He should just break up with his girlfriend if... In this case.
Yeah. As though that answer drains the last of his patience, Fuminori bolts out of his chair. Hey, Fuminori. I'll finish up this scene, but I think when we have narration and things like this in the future, you can take over. But even Koji can't keep his voice from rising as he tries to stop Fuminori from leaving. Fuminori reacts swiftly, throwing his hand over his face as though to shield himself from something terrifying. Maybe some spit flew inadvertently from Koji's mouth, but that happens sometimes. Fuminori's reaction is beyond the pale. Like I said, Fuminori snaps, making no attempts to relieve the discomfort of his friends. Today's my checkup. I have to go. Even as he tosses money on the table to pay for his coffee, he acts like he's touching something filthy. Later, Fuminori stalks out of the cafeteria as if he's running away. Cloaked in heavy silence, the remaining three lower their gaze to the table, where the abandoned 10,000 yen bill sways forlornly. Fuminori's coffee is untouched.
I can't take it anymore.
Only says with a sigh, but Koji shakes his head reproachfully. Fuminori just needs a little more time.
But it's been 3 months. What's with his attitude? I feel like I'm going crazy hanging around him.
Hey, I don't understand what he's going through either. I don't think any of us can. Can you imagine losing your whole that'd like that? That'd screw anyone up. It could happen to anyone. A tractor trailer flipped over the highway, crushing the Sakisaka family car into twisted scrap. They said it had been difficult to tell the bodies of Fuminori's parents apart. For a while, it had looked as if there was no hope for Fuminori either. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was able to leave the hospital and return to a normal life. It was worse when we went to see him at the hospital, remember? He was terrified of us, like he didn't know who we were. He even had to be tied to the bed. He freaked out so bad. I'm just glad he's made it this far.
There's still something strange about him. What's with the way he looks at us? It's like we're not even human.
Cut it out, Omi, Koji says forcefully. Probably less out of empathy for his friend than out of consideration for Yo. While Koji's kindness made her happy, Yo also knows that she mustn't take advantage of it. Fuminori is a victim, just as Koji said. He's the one who most deserves sympathy. Yo's feelings for Fuminori are a problem. Or blame Fuminori for not giving her any. Yeah, OBS also died for a second there. I think we're okay though. Yeesh, haven't had that happen since I got fiber, but okay, I think we're good. Is it still on your end, Misaki?
Yep, it's good now.
Okay. The truth is, though, that he still has to again until a week later. And then she could only stare at his broken body through the window of the ICU. And when he was finally released, after 50 days, that seemed an eternity, he was somehow different. She's starting to doubt that he even remembers what she confessed to him before the accident. Now winter is coming, and her feelings hang forgotten in the cold, lonely air. Alright, I guess you can take over for the narration here.
Dr. Tombo Ryoko has never had a more troublesome patient. Any changes since your last visit?
No, nothing to speak of.
His voice is hard and flat, his words tossed carelessly into the air. It's like he's speaking to himself in an empty room. Ryoko is a surgeon, not a psychiatrist, but even she can sense the thickness of the wall he has erected between himself and the world. Any nausea, dizziness, or hallucinations?
No.
While Sakisaka appears to be looking at Ryoko, his gaze is actually aimed at a fraction down and to the side. He's only superficially engaged in the conversation, when in truth it does not interest him in the slightest. Perfect rejection. Realizing that she can't interview him like this, Ryoko sighs and sets her chart aside. Mr. Sakisaka, the procedure you received at the hospital was the latest in experimental neurosurgery. We explained this before, didn't we? Treatment of the subdural hematoma through the use of micromachines, a procedure available in Japan exclusively here at T University, had been the only way to save Sakisaka Funimori from a cerebral contusion that should have been fatal. With any experimental treatment, there is always the risk of unexpected complications.
Of course.
Sakisaka Funimori's lips twist slightly in what might be a bitter or mocking smile, but it is gone before Ryoko can discern its meaning. Normally, I would never say anything to frighten a patient. But there have been reports of serious neurological disorders post-surgery. We must continue to monitor your condition carefully. Hence these weekly checkups, if only he would take them a little more seriously.
How was last week's MRI?
Sakisaka asks abruptly, as if to catch Ryoko off guard. MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, is a way for doctors to examine the brain in detail without opening the patient's skull. Surprised by Sakisaka's uncommon technical knowledge, Ryoko recalls his profile. Oh, that's right. You're a medical student, aren't you?
The kind of anomaly you're...
The kind of anomaly you're worried about should show up on the MRI, right?
Yeah. The kind of anomaly you're worried about showed up on the MRI, right? Did you find anything? No.
There was nothing, not the slightest hint of abnormal activity. For a procedure with such a low rate of success, the results have been nothing short of miraculous. However, something still bothers Ryoko. She can't shake the feeling that he's hiding something beneath his guarded exterior, some terrible weight on his soul perhaps. But if it's an inorganic problem, then there's nothing she can do as long as he refuses to explain it.
I'm fine. I've been on my own for 3 months without any problems. What could go wrong now?
Please. You know that continued observation is required after these difficult surgeries. You have to trust us a little more.
I suppose you're right. I do want to trust you, Doctor. Can I come to you with anything?
Yes, of course. Ryoko answers, smiling to cover up her irritation. Sakisaka asked exactly the same question during last week's visit.
Well, let's pick up where we left off. Have you learned anything about Dr. Ogai?
Unable to answer, Ryoko hardens the mask of her smile. As before, the patient is inquiring about someone whom he has no business knowing. If you don't mind my asking, what does Dr. Ogai have to do with your treatment?
You just told me to trust you, and now you're keeping secrets?
Ryoko is used to patients treating her with hostility. Some degree of paranoia is natural when dealing with a person whose mistakes could kill you. In Sakisaka, however, she doesn't see the anxiety that other patients exhibit. His demeanor is perfectly calm, almost like a detective questioning a suspect. He left this hospital some time ago. I never had any contact with him myself.
Do you know why he left?
Yes, I believe it was personal. Ryoko answers smoothly. Her earlier hesitation is gone. Having decided at the outset to lie, she has no trouble doing so with a straight face. But why do you keep asking about Dr. Ogai? Are you acquainted?
Did you know the doctor has gone missing?
No. Ryoko realizes that her answer may have been a little too quick. She should have acted more surprised.
I've recently become close with a relative of his. It was she who asked me to find him.
A relative? Ryoko considers this with a frown. I didn't think Dr. Ogai had any relatives.
Oh, who told you that?
I heard it from a nurse. Ryoko replies, remembering that she just claimed to have had no contact with the man.
I see. The doctor was famous enough to have nurses gossiping about him?
I hear he was an unusual man.
But no one knows why he left the university?
Ryoko falls silent, knowing that this isn't a topic she can brush away with a smile. Sakisaka seems to have finally grasped her mood, however, as his strangely stiff tone softens a little.
Please, I have to find Dr. Ogai. There's a girl who needs him. Can't you help me?
Isn't this something the police should handle? Although she makes it sound like the most obvious thing in the world, the suggestion is actually a gamble. If Ogai Masahiko's disappearance becomes a police matter, then the university will be investigated. Everyone who was involved in the incident will be at risk of exposure. And of course, that includes Ryoko herself. She knows, however, that Sakisaka is unlikely to go to the police. First of all, his excuse is obviously a lie. They already made sure that Ogai had no relatives who might come looking for him, which is why they could bury the truth of what happened. But then, how did Sakisaka, a mere patient, learn about Ogai? I'd be happy to help, but there's been no word from Dr. Ogai since he resigned last April. I can only assume that he's gone on an extended vacation.
I see.
Expecting resistance, Ryoko is surprised when Sakisaka backs down. She's still worried about his condition, and the mysterious link between him and Ogai is only making her more uneasy. But as long as he doesn't open up to her, there's nothing she can do. After a brief pause, Ryoko writes down "Progress Good" on Sakisaka's chart for today. About next week's appointment, how does 4 o'clock again sound? Before she can finish, Sakisaka is gone.
Okay, it looks like someone sprayed the walls with pig guts from ceiling to floor. What color should the walls of a hospital be? White, of course. The creatures of rotten flesh shambling around me. I'm sure this hallway looks just as white as it should. I know intellectually that the walls are white. I know that the flesh beasts are really human. I'm the one with the problem, and it's because I've accepted this that I'm able to lead something approaching a normal life. Even if my university's medical department is nowhere near as good as T University's, I'm still a medical student specializing in neurology. You should have a basic idea of what has happened to me, though it's hard to believe. This isn't a pathological condition. It's probably some form of agnosia, unlike anything that has ever been studied before. The flesh beast called Tambo Ryoko said that other patients had developed neurological disorders after receiving the same treatment I did. So I guess I'm just another failure. It makes me want to laugh in that know-it-all doctor's face. That said, I don't blame the doctors who operated on me. After all, I do owe them my life. I know as well as anyone how low the chance of success was, and that I had no other hope of survival. Oops. I was unlucky. That's all there is to it. The point is that my condition isn't treatable. Just like someone adapting to a hearing aid or a wheelchair, I have no choice but to adapt to this nauseating scenery. Of course, it's hard. It wasn't easy to resign myself to this fate. But now there's more than just despair. Even for me, this is a glimmer of hope. There's a glimmer of hope. Keeping my eyes on my feet, I hurry home. So, instead of Mystic Eyes of Death Perception, I guess he got Mystic Eyes of Flesh Perception.
Yep.
I live in a quiet suburban neighborhood, in a house that's much too large for me alone. My parents, even luckier than I was, died in the accident 3 months ago. I couldn't even go to the funeral for being in intensive care. I had to sell my father's business, but at least it left me with the house and enough money to live on for a while. Of course, I'm sad, but the accident took more from me than my parents. In fact, being on my own has probably saved me. If they were still alive, my parents would never have allowed me to live with some strange girl.
Welcome home.
As I open the door, a bright voice greets me from the kitchen. The voice is beautiful and clear as a bell, human. Its sweet sound washes the day's cacophony from my memory. I'm home, Saya. Even the patter of feet coming down the hallway is music to my ears. Nowhere else in the city can I hear such footsteps. Only in this house, with Saya, am I so privileged.
You're late. I was a little worried.
Sorry, I had to stop at the hospital today.
Oh, that was today?
In her smile, in the inquisitive tilt of her head, is everything that I have lost. Since my accident, this girl is the only person I've met, perhaps the only person in the entire world, who does not trigger my cognitive disorder. Sure, her skin seems too white, and the color of her eyes and hair is probably different in reality, but even so, her form is undeniably human. It's not just her appearance and her voice either. As I bend down to take off my shoes, Saya wraps her arms around my neck and pulls me gently into her tiny bosom. Her skin feels truly human, not cold or slimy, and from her hair wafts a sweet feminine fragrance. In all the world, only Saya is pleasing to my five senses. And what's more, she smiles at me, embraces me. She knows that she's my salvation, and for some reason is happy that I need her. If I had not met Saya, if I had been all alone in this twisted, filth-ridden world, I would have no doubt have succumbed to madness. It's no exaggeration to say that Saya alone is keeping me alive.
What did you do today?
Yeah. What did you do today?
Worked in the living room. The painting's half done. And now I'm making your dinner like I learned from the TV.
Sounds good.
It'll take a little longer. Can you wait?
Sure, I'll do some more work in the living room. After I see the humming of Saya off to the kitchen, after I see the humming Saya off to the kitchen, I step into the living room. I realized one day that if the natural colors of the world were sickening, all I had to do was paint over them with colors that seemed pleasant. I went to the hardware store and bought every color of paint I could find. Then Saya and I tried different combinations until we found one that worked. After painting the bedrooms from ceiling to floor, I was finally able to get my first good night's sleep since the accident. I don't know if puke green's a pleasant color, but... When we first started on the living room, Saya, unsure of what to do with the curtains, just painted carefully around the windows. Without a moment's hesitation, I tore the curtains down and painted over the glass itself. There'll never be anything out there that I'd want to see. And as long as we keep the storm shutters closed, the neighbors probably won't think anything of it.
Dinner's ready.
Can you bring it here? As she enters the living room with a tray of food, Saya sniffs the air.
The paint smell doesn't bother you?
Now that she mentions it, I suppose the smell of paint thinner must be building up in this closed room. It doesn't really bother me, though. There are far worse smells outside. Does it bother you?
No, I'm fine with it if you are.
Saya sets the food on the table. Unfortunately, neither its color nor its smell are at all appetizing. Not that food elsewhere is any different. Thanks, Saya. As has become routine, I steel myself and methodically transport the food into my mouth. The taste is as gut-wrenching as I expected, but it's not Saya's fault. I'm sure she made it exactly like the cooking show said. It's just that my taste buds can't accept it.
It's not good?
She asks hesitantly. Well, no. Lying wouldn't make Saya happy. She knows about my condition.
Don't worry about it. I'll make something different tomorrow.
Sorry, you always go to the trouble of cooking, but
It's fine. If I keep trying, maybe I'll find something you'll like.
my current state, eating is nothing more than an unwelcome duty. As much as I hate it, I need food to survive. If I stay alive, then perhaps one day, as Saya says, I'll be able to taste something delicious again. I met Saya, didn't I? Aren't you going to eat?
No, I already ate.
Oh, hello there, Joshua. How you doing? In all the time we've been together, Saya has never once eaten with me. I don't know why she refuses to do so. It makes me a little sad. Still, I'm not about to push the issue. Not when she's putting up with all the problems I have. By the way, I asked about your father again.
You did?
Dr. Guy Masahiko is Saya's father, and her only living relative. Saya has asked me to unravel the mystery of his disappearance. They still wouldn't tell me anything. I get the feeling they're hiding something.
Oh.
I expected Saya to be a little more disappointed. Yep, been given up, have you?
No.
Saya responds with an unreadable expression.
It's not that.
Hold on, I gotta spam bottom. Okay, sorry about that. She gives a little shake of her head, then smiles at me once again.
Is there all you're doing for me?
Oh, looks like a comment here from someone. Joshua, this is... Oh, actually, I forgot to mention this at the start of the screen. At the start of the stream, this is the GOG version of the game, not the Steam version. The Steam version is censored. This is... this will have H scenes in it, but I've got a screen to go up for when those show up. It's nothing compared to what you have done for me. I thank her for the meal and set my chopsticks down next to the perfectly clean plate, wretched as the taste was. Thinking of the care that Saya put into it gave me strength to finish every bite.
Bath time?
Yeah, will you wash my back again?
Sure.
Ever since Saya moved in, it's been like having my own wife.
Bro, break up with your girlfriend.
Saya, why are you so good to me? Oops, well, fuck. Okay.
There's no warning then, huh?
Yeah,
Or is it the music that's gonna change, or like is it just gonna be a jump scare?
Yeah, I was expecting some sort of warning. Well, alright, 43 minutes. I'll have to edit that later. Oh boy. Okay. Alright, she's having sex with them, it's just immediate. Alright. Wow. I was so used to Type Moon's like long build up to this. Like, we had like 10 minutes of warning in those games. Okay. Let's see. Alright, so he's asking why she goes so far for him. Is it merely sympathy? Do you pity me, the exile from society? Is that enough for you to surrender yourself to such mad desire? Are you so wanton? Joshua is saying that the game throws quite a lot at you. So, oh boy. Well, it's only 2 streams, so if I had to do some editing, it's not that big a deal. I will say this dialogue is a lot better, a lot more descriptive than, or like, more sensible description than what we had in Stay Nights. Like, this actually feels like a proper scene. Let's see, can I show the image here? Wait, where's the... I don't see a button here.
I feel so bad for MC Kuhn's girlfriend.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. High text. There we go. Alright, so I can show a partial image here, I guess. He's feeling up her breasts. No, actually, I have a feeling this is going to happen again today, so let me just get a note. Let me just get a little document here for when it happens. Okay. Okay, she wants it. She wants it inside. Okay. You know, this is the official release. I'm kind of surprised this is uncensored. It's the wrong thing. That's not what I wanted to grab. Okay. I really can't go any further than that. Because usually Japanese visual novels, they censor the genitals. Saya collapses atop me, still smiling, and I wrap my warm arms around her. Feeling of her soft, sweat-soaked skin and the warmth emanating from her body reassures me that she's still here.
Fuminori, are you crying?
By the way, it's not showing anything right now. I don't know if it's going to pop up again, so I'm just going to leave the screen on. I realize that my cheeks are wet with tears. Why, Saya? Why do you go so far from me?
Fuminori.
I don't understand it. I don't, but I'm losing myself to you more every day. I can't live without you, Saya. I wrap my arms tighter around her, praying that our bodies will melt together and never again be apart. Tell me, please, what must I do to keep you with me? How can I repay you? Okay, yep. Good thing I kept the screen up.
Keep holding me.
She whispers into my chest. Alright, I guess I can show the top half of this here. Yeah, this should be fine. I could almost show this entirely, but her nipple's exposed, so they're just lying on top of each other, half naked. But
His bed must be so uncomfortable. He covered everything with paint.
well, yeah, but it's still fabric, so. Then again, it's also flesh. Okay, yeah, it's still going on with the sex, but.
Wow, I like that.
Wait, why? Why me?
Because you're all alone.
She says softly, gazing into my eyes.
All alone, just like me.
The sorrow in her voice resonates with my own. There's a deep loneliness in her eyes, loneliness from which now springs boundless affection.
You're all I have. In the whole wide world, only you will embrace me, my precious Fuminori.
Now I know. No matter what horrors this world unleashes upon me, all I'll ever need is Saya. Okay, I think we're safe now.
Yo is determined to talk to him today. Nothing will happen as long as she hesitates. It will only prolong her suffering. The time has come to show her courage once again. Yo's fourth period on Thursdays is biology. This is her one chance to see Fuminori.
It's an interesting shirt. This is the way it's cut at the bottom.
As a required course with many students, the lecture is held in a large hall that can seat well over 200. But since the room is usually only half full, it's rarely difficult for Yo to find the seat that she wants. Yo prefers to sit near the center, where it's easiest to hear the professor. Most of the students congregate to this area for the same reason. Fuminori usually sits beside her, although, given the ambiguous state of the relationship, she knows better than to take this for granted. Still, she tries to save a seat whenever possible. The classroom isn't crowded today, so Yo was able to set her bag on the seat next to her without inconveniencing anyone. But when the professor arrives at the usual time to start class, there is still no sign of Fuminori. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Yo scans the room furtively. Fuminori is there, sitting alone in the far back corner. Did he miss Yo when he came in? No, he couldn't have, and besides, no serious student would willingly sit so far away from the front. Feeling miserable, Yo slides her bag back over to herself. Fuminori is out of the door the moment class ends. Yo barely manages to catch up to him before he disappears down the hallway. Fuminori! Fuminori jerks at the sound of his name. You would think she just screamed at him.
What?
He turns to her and asks reluctantly. Now that they are face to face, Yo is painfully aware of how much weight Fuminori has lost. His sunken eyes and protruding cheekbones are a far cry from the features familiar to her. She wonders whether he's under a lot of stress or perhaps not getting enough nutrition. Maybe it's both. He definitely looks more tense than he should, afraid even, though of what she can't imagine. His eyes move restlessly from point to point, and he refuses to look Yo in the eye. It hurts to see Fuminori this way. What could have changed him so? Today, she reminds herself, rekindling the flame of her courage in her heart. I wanted to talk to you about something. Do you have some time?
Nice photograph of the school.
The courtyard is empty and silent. No one is willing to sit and chat in the cold November air.
So what is it?
Don't you remember? Yul almost blurts the question, but manages to keep her composure. You've been acting strange lately. I'm worried about you.
Well, a lot's happened.
He smiles like it's nothing, but even that seems forced. He's even standing precisely one pace farther away from her than he used to. Is that really all?
What more do you want?
Yul manages to keep from flinching at the harshness of his tone. It's like you're struggling with something. Rather than answer, Fuminori grinds his toe into the dead grass at his feet. Fearing that her determination might flag, Yo lets the words come as they may. It's like there's a terrible weight in your shoulders and it's slowly breaking you. That's how you look to me.
Oh, really?
Fuminori mutters through his clenched teeth, no longer trying to deny it or change the topic. This is an even clearer signal of rejection than his prior evasiveness. But Yo's determination is strong. Today at least, she won't back down. It's time like these, she implores, trying to convey the sincerity of her feelings for him, that you need your friends. I feel really bad about your parents. But you're not alone. You have Koji and Omi and... you have me. Yo can no longer stop the words pouring from her lips. She fears that if she does not unleash her feelings now, they'll be lost forever. I think we can help you, so you don't have to deal with it all by yourself.
I think you should try to make it sound more monstrous during these parts, but...
Ah yes, I think we can help you, so you don't have to deal with it all by yourself. Even if we can't do anything, just talking to us might make you feel better. I want to help you. We all do. So please tell me.
Stop it.
Fuminori shouts, silencing Yo's entreaty. She promised herself that she wouldn't back down, but Fuminori's expression is terrible enough to shatter her resolve. The look in his eyes is not anger or any other warm-blooded emotion. It is hate, murderously cold hate.
Come to think of it, I never gave you an answer, did I?
He remembers. He remembers and still has treated her so coldly. This is all the answer she needs. If his words stab any deeper, she might very well die.
I never saw you in any special way before. When you asked me out, I wasn't sure how to respond. I didn't know how I really felt about you then.
Fuminori.
But now I can give you an answer. I've had plenty of time to think it over, you know? I hate you, Tsukuba. I don't even want to look at you.
Wow. Don't cry, Yo tells herself, but too late to stop the tears pouring from her eyes.
I suppose it's too much to hope I never see you again. We do go to the same school. So just make this the last time you speak to me, okay? Your voice makes me sick.
I feel so bad for her. How can you be so cruel? Yo whispers in shock and despair. To which Fuminori twists his lips into a malevolent smile.
You should really try thinking for yourself once in a while. I bet it was Koji and Omi's idea, wasn't it? Well, you can play at love all you want, but leave me out of it.
Yeesh.
Yeah.
The worst you could say is no. Nope. That's all Yo can take. Even after shedding tears in front of him, she absolutely refuses to let him hear her cry. Any disgrace would be preferable to breaking down here. So she runs, fleeing breathlessly from the courtyard with Fuminori's cold smile at her back. Omi was the first to catch sight of Yo and Fuminori, leaving for the courtyard. Reluctant to interrupt them, but still unwilling to leave them alone, she and Koji ended up watching the whole thing from the shadows. That asshole! Throughout the exchange, Omi was clearly itching to jump out and punch Fuminori in the face. Knowing her temper, Koji kept firm hold of her arm until the end. If he hadn't, she might very well have done it. Fuminori leaves after Yo. His every step seems to take an act of willpower. Koji sighs heavily into the once more empty courtyard, but the bitter taste in his mouth will not go away.
What's wrong with him?
Even Koji cannot forgive Fuminori's treatment of Yo. However, the first thing that he feels is confusion, not anger. Koji has known Fuminori since long before college. Fuminori was never this cruel before. There is no question now that the accident changed him. Are you just gonna let this go?
I don't want to, but what can we do?
Something besides watch, Omi shouts, her face red with fury. I won't be satisfied until I give him a piece of my mind.
That won't make Tsukuba feel better.
But it'll make me feel better. Yo and Omi are best friends, just like Koji and Fuminori. In fact, it was the relationship between Koji and Omi that brought the other two together. Omi's anger is only natural.
I'm going to talk to
I'm
him.
going to talk to him alone. You don't have to come.
Oh, you serious?
Take care of Yo for me, will you? She's probably really hurt. She'll need someone to be nice to her after she's done crying.
Wait, shouldn't we switch jobs?
You know how I am. If I try to comfort her, I'll end up making it worse.
Yeah, you've got a point.
Hey.
Anyway, just go easy, okay?
Ending the conversation before Omi's mood gets any worse, Koji heads off to find Yo.
I feel awful, miserable, but also refreshed. I finally crossed the line. I knew it would come crashing down to like this sooner or later. Having become unable to feel anything but disgust for other people, there was no way I could hope to maintain the relationship I had before the accident. Today's incident will definitely get back to Koji, and will definitely get back to Koji and Omi, and everyone will be convinced that I've had a major change of character. Honestly, I don't care anymore. At least I probably won't be committed for this. I just need to avoid acting any stranger than I already have. If this puts a rift between me and the others, good. The thought of all the stress I'll avoid brings a smile to my lips. I'm fed up with them sticking their noses into my life. It's like they don't care that they make my gut turn just by being near me. I've been terrified of them until now, but today I struck fear into one of them. In that case, it's something of a relief, but it's not entirely without remorse for what happened. The person I just demolished with the verbal equivalent of a nuclear bomb used to be my friend Yo. Even if my senses don't believe it, my mind accepts the theory. I don't have any particular grudge against Yo herself, and I don't want to hurt her. In retrospect, perhaps I should have just ignored her outright. Yo was an attractive girl. I certainly didn't think badly of her. To be honest, though, I was annoyed when Koji and Omi tried to stick us together. It felt like they were using us as entertainment, and Yo seemed totally oblivious to the fact that she was dancing to their tune. The cluelessness was irritating. Still, I knew that none of them meant any harm. Back then, I didn't have any reason to hurt others just to get my way. Having a casual relationship with Yo would keep our circle of friends together. I was willing to make that compromise. Now, however, there's no room in my heart for such forbearance. If merely talking to someone is an ordeal, then how can I be expected to show them kindness? These ruminations have left me exhausted. I want to return to Saya as soon as possible, but thinking about the packed trains and crowded downtown streets between here and home saps my spirit. Now, why is he going to college in the first place if he's like this? Can he actually learn anything?
Yeah, I don't think you can learn anything.
Catching sight of a nearby bench, I sit down and close my eyes to the horrors of the world. I can't do anything about the stink or the noise, but at least I can calm my nerves enough to rest. I regained consciousness in the T University Hospital ward. The world was as dark as it is now. I had not yet recovered my sight, even though my eyes and optical nerves were undamaged. It must have been an after effect of the accident. Blindness was a shock, but now I know that my suffering then was nothing. After all, my senses of hearing, touch, taste, and smell were all fine at the time. Real horror began when my sight returned. The one small mercy was that I was able to come to terms with the accident and my neurosurgery was all still blind. I panicked when I first saw the nightmarish hospital and the blood-curdling shapes of the doctors and nurses, but I soon guessed the cause. It chills me to think of what might have happened if I had recovered my sight along with my consciousness. Suddenly awakening in what can only be described as hell, I would no doubt have lost my mind instantly. Soon my disorder spread to the sense of touch, taste, and smell. As it turns out, sight exerts tremendous influence over the other four. The taste of my food, the feel of my bed sheets, the fragrance of my get well flowers, all become unbearably foul as my eyes said they should be. Eventually, when even the doctor's voice became unrecognizable as human, I decided to kill myself. I didn't believe for a second that I could live in this new world. At least not until I met Saya. One night, while thinking of a painless way to die, I found myself succumbing to sleep. Drifting between the nightmares in my dream and the nightmares of reality, I didn't notice her enter my room. Okay, just because I'm going to put the screen up now, just in case. Oh no, that's fine. Next thing I knew, there was a face staring at me from next to my bed. Oops. The face was not covered in pus or slime or some like feelers. It had smooth white cheeks, round eyes, and a lovely little nose. All things I never expected to see again. The face was that of a girl, undeniably human and positively glowing with beauty. I sighed in admiration, savoring the first peace and joy since regaining my sight. She had not expected such a reaction, apparently.
Aren't you afraid of me?
She asked, looking at the clock. I saw that it was exactly 3 in the morning. No time for a young girl to be alone in the hospital. Perhaps she expected me to mistake her for a ghost. But I would not have cared if she had been a ghost. Either way, she was a godsend. Who are you? What are you doing here?
I'm Saya. I'm looking for my dad.
I assumed that she was the daughter of a late shift doctor or another patient. It was unusual, but not unthinkable for such a girl to be wandering around the hospital.
It's no fun if you're not scared.
Wait, I cried, desperate to keep her from leaving. It was only after she turned around that I realized I hadn't thought of what to say next.
Well?
Her beautiful eyes drew me in, healing my soul to its core. Through the white haze clouding my mind, I struggled to form a coherent sentence. I shouldn't do this to a girl, but you're the only one I can ask. no longer concerned with propriety, let the words come out as they willed. Will you let me hold your hand?
Holding how lewd. You need the center screen.
Saya looks confused at first, but then she smiled like she just found a new toy. Her smile was brighter than my memories of the sun.
You're strange.
She said, holding out her hand, her slender white hand.
No one's asked me anything like that before.
Ever so carefully, as though catching snowflakes, I placed my palm against hers. I could feel her human warmth and the softness of her delicate fingers. She was there, just beyond the palm of my hand. Thinking back to the joyful tears I shed then, I know that this is the moment I was saved from my fate. This is the first time in weeks I've touched someone and felt them as human. I can't touch anyone else. I was in an accident, and as a side effect of the surgery, I can't see people as human anymore.
How mysterious. You're interesting.
She said, winding her fingers gently around mine.
Can I come back tomorrow night?
Yes, of course, but are you sure it's okay?
Don't worry.
She replied.
The night belongs to me.
And so our rendezvous began. Saya came to my room every night at 3 a.m., skillfully taking advantage of the duty nurse's shift change. I was astonished to learn that she was living inside the hospital.
It's so big that I never ran out of places to hide.
She said, answering my surprise with a nonchalant smile. She had been living in the suburbs with her father, she told me, until one day he suddenly stopped coming home. After she had tired of waiting, Saya had decided one night to sneak into the hospital where he'd worked. And there she'd lived for over 2 months, searching for his whereabouts all the while. Don't you have to go to school?
No. Dad taught me everything I need to know. I'm really smart.
She was a strange girl. On the one hand, she looked and acted like a child. On the other, she was remarkably self-reliant, and at times exhibited a sharp intelligence and deep knowledge that many have found unsettling. I didn't care. Saya was the only other human in a world gone mad. Her existence meant far more to me than the standards of society. Aren't you worried you might get... Aren't you worried you might get caught?
Nope. I don't have to worry about food here, and it's a lot more fun than staying in Dad's house by myself. I've looked through the patient list and found the ones who have mental problems.
Saya continued, grinning mischievously.
Sometimes I sneak into their rooms late at night and scare them. Even if they raise a fuss, no one believes what mental patients say. They just brush it off as a bad dream.
That's mean.
Yeah, that is cruel.
Her confession reminds me that the hospital was famous for its ghost stories. Who could have imagined that there was actually a real girl impishly roaming around these hallways? So that's why you came to my room the first time?
Yeah, sorry. Are you mad?
Well, her pranks were hardly praiseworthy. I couldn't bring myself to scold her for the very thing that had brought us together. You shouldn't do it anymore. Will you come talk to me instead?
Yeah, that's more fun for me too.
Ooh. With extreme care, I was able to conceal my sensory disorder. It was glaringly obvious that the doctors had no way to cure me, and the fact that I had undergone a still experimental procedure made me even more cautious. As a medical student, it was easy for me to imagine how the doctors would react if they discovered that I was exhibiting such unusual side effects. It's not about to become a guinea pig, a mere specimen to be examined with clinical detachment. And so I hid my my discomfort and loathing behind a mask of normalcy, convincing the doctors that any signs of stress were merely a result of hospitalization. Saya was my support. Looking forward to her nightly visits gave me the strength to endure my daily torture. Hope can make an enormous difference in a patient's progress. With the aid of my secret nurse, I recovered at a pace that left the doctor stunned. On the last night before my release, I summoned the courage and asked her, "Are you going to stay here forever?"
Yeah, I couldn't learn anything about my dad. But it's not like I have anywhere else to go. I'll stay as long as I can hide.
In other words, there was nothing keeping her here, keeping her there. "Why not stay with me?" I asked timidly. The question took all the courage I had.
Huh?
My family's gone, so I have plenty of room. You won't need to hide, and it's not a bad place to live.
You want me to live with you?
I was afraid to ask her what she thought of that, so I hastily offered a deal. "In exchange, I'll help you look for your father. I'll find him no matter what."
I think it's gonna be hard.
Saya said, looking a little embarrassed.
Dad probably did something bad and had to leave the hospital. We can't get the police involved. You'll have to be discreet as possible.
"I'll do whatever it takes." Unable to control myself, I finally spoke the truth. "I can't be apart from you." At first she looked bewildered, but after a few moments of silence she said,
Give me a little time.
That night she left my room earlier than usual. On the day of my release, I managed to smile as I accepted the hideous, foul-smelling celebratory bank bouquet. The flesh beasts, calling themselves Koji, Omi, and Yo, came to pick me up. Though they had come to see me many times during my stay, it never got easier to see my friends change so horribly. My sudden tears of despair drew suspicion, but I managed to explain them away as tears of joy. When we walked to Koji's car, I looked desperately for Saya amid the grotesque scenery. Even as we drove away, I kept watching the hospital fade into the distance, praying for a last glimmer of hope. But Saya never appeared. After Koji and the others dropped me off, I paused a while to regard my surroundings. I lived my entire life on this block, in this house. There was no other place I could call home. But nothing was as I remembered. As I walked up the path to the front door and looked in the yard where I had spent my childhood, I could feel more memories being defiled by the twisted, festering shapes around me. Inside the house, I felt nothing familiar, nothing to offer me comfort and warmth. What I once called home was now a whole other world. I have no home, I whispered with a smile of self-pity. There was one less stop to make, one less nail to hammer into my coffin. I stepped into the round room that had cradled me from childhood. The walls were papered with human entrails, the bed a tangled mess of worm flesh. But none of that mattered. There, curled up on the bed, like an abandoned cat, was Saya. As I stood there in shock, she looked up at me and in a tiny, weak voice said,
May I stay?
I responded by sweeping her into my arms, embracing her tightly so that she would not escape. Saya did not resist.
I wonder how she broke into his house. Finding his address is easy because she's at the hospital, but getting in...
Probably the same way she hides around the hospital. Maybe she's, maybe she went to the window or something.
True.
When she arrived at the Sakisaka house, Omi first takes a deep breath to calm herself. Back to regular narration.
Her anger does not vanish entirely, of course, but at least now she can hear herself think. While waiting for a response from the intercom, she looks over at the patch of yard that she can see out from outside the gate. Even Omi isn't normally the one to complain about other people's housekeeping, but this is going too far. The grass is going wild, and there are piles of dead leaves scattered everywhere. It doesn't look untended. It looks like an uninhabited ruin. It's still light out, but every window has its storm shutters tightly sealed. Omi guesses that they've been closed since morning. What kind of life is Fuminori leading? Even if he's living alone, he can't neglect his housework forever. And is it just her imagination, or does something stink like rotten meat? It couldn't be coming from the yard, could it? There's still no response, so she presses the buzzer a second time, and a third and a fourth. Finally, after this has gone on for over 10 minutes, Omi loses her patience and opens the cover of the intercom. As she expected, the power has been disconnected. Perhaps Fuminori has a good reason for shutting out the world, but Omi can only see it as a lack of respect for others. Her anger rekindled, she pushes the gate open and stomps through the yard to the front door. Given the state of the intercom, she doubts that Fuminori will respond to a knock. So Omi decides to just open the door and go in shouting. And if the door is locked, she'll just have to... Surprisingly, the doorknob turns easily in her hand, and the enraged Omi finds herself throwing the door open wider than she intended. Her nostrils are instantly assaulted by a choking stench. What is that smell? As Omi stands petrified on the threshold, the cowbell hanging on the side of the door chimes loudly. A moment later... Welcome home! Omi can't believe her ears. The voice she just heard could not have been human, yet its intonations were too complex for any animal she can imagine. Is someone there? She calls out to the end of the hallway from which the voice came. There is no response. Instead, she hears the sound of something soft and wet flopping its way deeper into the house. Finding it difficult to place a meaningful image to the voice that she just heard, Omi stares blankly at the empty vestibule. There's nothing there, not even Fuminori's shoes, which can only mean that he's still outside somewhere, wearing them. The house should be empty. But then, what was that voice just now? Anger has vanished as if it was never there. Nevertheless, Omi sets foot into the hallway, leaving the door open so that the cowbell won't ring. The floor creaks, setting her nerves on edge. Omi isn't sure why she's acting like a burglar, but something tells her to make as little noise as possible. The potency of the stink inside the house makes the whiff she caught outside pale in comparison. It's sickening, like rotten fish guts. Has food been left to spoil in the kitchen? She hears a bubbling sound up ahead. Stepping gingerly into the creaking floorboards, Omi makes her way to the end of the hallway. She finds rooms to both sides of her, one lit, the other dark, and chooses to look into the lit room. It's the kitchen, lit by what must be the only window in the house not covered by a storm shutter. The sound she heard was the pot boiling in the stove, and on the chopping board next to it lie a butcher's knife and some half-diced carrots. A perfectly normal household scene, with the light of the setting sun making everything the color of decomposing fruit. Something is wrong. Who's cooking here? And where do they go? Is anyone here? Omi calls, regretting it immediately as she realizes that her voice is shaking. As her words echo vainly throughout the silent house, she begins to feel foolish and defenseless. Suddenly, she feels something cold seeping through her pantyhose. She timidly reaches down to touch her feet. Her fingertips come away covered in viscous, olive-green slime, like the filthy water from a tank long clogged with algae and dead fish. The whole floor is covered with it. It must be the source of the stench. Omi now wishes that she had worn her shoes inside. Manners be damned. When she looks back ruefully from the way she came, she realizes that her current position is not visible from the entrance. This kitchen must be where the strange voice came from. The next room is probably the den. As she expected from the closed storm shutters, it's pitch black inside. Omi wants nothing more than to flee this house, but that would mean turning her back to the darkness, and that she simply cannot bring herself to do. Moved by some irrational compulsion, Omi sets foot into the den. It's too dark to see anything, and the stink is far worse than before. She slides her hand along the wall, feeling for a light switch. Finding it much sooner than she expected, she flips it on like it's her last hope. The colors!
Yeah, so that's what it looks like.
How was Saya watching TV?
Good question.
The colors. So many colors. The purple of entrails, the brown of rotten meat, the crimson of fresh blood, the yellow of fat. These colors, and more that cannot be described, cover every inch of the room in maddening array. The colors say all that needs to be said about the painter's hatred, malice, and insanity.
Good to think of it. What does TV look like to Fuminori? Like, can you actually see the screen? Like, is it fleshy inside whatever he's watching, or
Might be.
or is the screen itself flesh? Like... Oops. What?
Omi's legs give out from the shock, sending her to the floor. Slime immediately soaks through her jeans, its cold tendrils creeping up her legs, crotch, and...
Do I need to put the censor screen up? I'm gonna do that just in case. Okay, no, never mind.
her neck. Her hand flies to her neck, where it's greeted by another drop of chilly slime. Above her, something is dripping down on her head. Making perhaps the worst decision of her life, Omi looks up. The predator clinging to the ceiling, poised to leap upon its prey. She sees in every detail. Her mouth and nose are sealed before she can scream, and her belly is torn open as something enters to feast on her innards. But by the time she feels any of this, Omi has already gone mad. Rest in peace, Omi.
Yep. Well, I guess that had to be Saya. I bit the bullet and tried to take the train, but the rush hour crowds were so bad that I had to get off halfway and walk. I'm running pretty late. Is Saya worried? I hope she's not mad. When I entered the yard, I realized that the front door has been left wide open. Light from the living room is seeping into the hallway, and I hear what sounds like someone smacking their lips. There's also a tantalizing fragrance in the air. Was it Saya? I considered calling her out, but decided to enter this in silence instead. Something smells strange, though not unpleasant. The aroma is quite soothing, in fact. Reminds me of Saya's hair. At first, I'm surprised by what I see in the living room. The floor is covered with what looks like some kind of grass, probably the source of the herb-like smell. And there are fruit or vegetable-like balls of varying sizes scattered everywhere. Oh my goodness. Saya? Saya turns around. Her eyes wide with surprise. She then looks away sheepishly, like a child caught in some prank. What are you eating?
This is, well...
She stammers, so flustered that I suddenly feel bad for sneaking up on her. Remembering that she has never eaten in front of me before, I realize that she must be quite embarrassed. Can I have one? I scoop up the closest fruit thing and pop it into my mouth, ignoring Saya's attempt to wave me off. It has a strange texture, soft and pliable, like a peach or a pear. When I bite into it with my back teeth, a succulent juice fills my mouth, combined with a sharp, strong fragrance. It's unlike anything I've ever tasted. How'd you make this? What'd you use?
It wasn't hard. I just took it apart and melted it a little to make it easier to eat. It's practically raw.
Oh? I pick up a different lump, this one consisting of fruity flesh around a hard core. Tearing a chunk off in my mouth, I find that it has similar taste to the last one.
Wait, are you okay? That's,
Yeah, even I can eat this. In fact, it's good.
Really?
At first, Saya looks dumbstruck, but then she bursts out laughing.
So this is what you like. Now I feel stupid for going to all that trouble.
Is this what you always eat? Wait, will you always eat, Saya?
Yeah, no, it's been a while since I've had one so big. I usually catch them in the nearby park.
What is she? There's an impressive nature preserve not too far from here. I've never heard about fruits like these growing there, but, well, of course. They only look like fruits to me. They're really something else.
Sorry, I already ate the best parts.
That's okay. There's always next time, and then we can eat together.
Yeah.
Saya seems really happy. I'm happy too, of course. Eating with someone is much more fun than eating alone, and it makes the food taste better too.
There's still plenty left. It'll keep chilled for 2 or 3 days, though it won't taste as good.
We better start putting it away. Okay. She's experimented with keeping it preserved?
I guess so.
Stealing the small fruits in Tupperware and the large ones in pots and bowls, Saya and I store the remaining food in the refrigerator. Thinking of tomorrow's dinner fills me with anticipation. I feel that little by little I'm starting to regain the joy of living. Saya will guide me. With her I can live on.
True Scary Stories, Hospital Edition. Chapter 4, The Monster in the Hospital.
What happened to 1 through 3?
I know, right? A medical student relates his shocking experiences. Will you believe him or not? Strange things started happening at the hospital around the end of last spring. It began with patients waking up in the middle of the night, screaming. They all spoke of terrifying nightmares, and many of them had to be sedated. Some patients even transferred to other hospitals because of it. The weird thing is that they'd all had exactly the same dream. A dream about some horribly disgusting monster staring down at them from their bedside. But the really strange stuff started happening after that. There used to be a lot of stray cats around the campus, looking for scraps from the students. One day, the cats suddenly disappeared, and it wasn't that they'd stopped coming, it was more like they vanished from the area entirely. And then people stopped walking their dogs around. According to rumors, the dogs were refusing to go anywhere near the school. Eventually, things started going missing at the hospital. Organs, to be precise. Transplant organs kept disappearing from storage. People came close to losing their jobs over it. And it wasn't just 2 or 3 times that it happened. They tried to keep it from the students, but we heard it was a lot worse than that. People started saying that there was something living in the hospital. The janitors would find strange mess that could only have been made in the middle of the night, traces of something that had crawled down the hallway, or weird stains caused by something dripping through the ceiling. The late shift nurses talked about hearing strange noises on the same night the patients woke screaming. There's one last entry, one that you could never mention inside the hospital. One day, the obstetrics department went crazy. They said that a newborn had disappeared in the night. If that were true, the police would have come and it would have been all over the news. But they say the big shots managed to make it all go away. It's just a rumor, of course. These strange incidents suddenly stopped toward the end of summer. Now, there are almost no patients complaining about nightmares, and the cats have started coming back to campus. But still, what happened in the hospital that summer? Even now, just thinking about it gives me the creeps.
By the way, I knew this game was horror, or at least horror adjacent. I did not intend to play it in October. It just worked out that way.
Hmm?
That was a pretty fun coincidence, though. Nothing.
This is the third day in a row that they haven't been able to get in touch with Omi. There's no sign that she returned to her apartment, and even her family doesn't know anything. Her parents have already filed a missing persons report.
Well, you know her. She'll probably just pop up somewhere like nothing happened.
I hope so. Yo replies with a gloomy expression. She's worried about Omi, of course, but the incident with Fuminori 3 days ago must still be weighing on her as well. Yo hasn't seen Fuminori since then, and Fuminori hasn't made any effort to approach her or Koji. 4 people used to meet in this cafeteria between classes, but now there are only 2.
It's a yo.
Hey Koji, let's keep thinking. Isn't there somewhere Omi might have gone?
No.
Koji answers evasively.
I already checked everywhere.
It's a lie, of course. Koji knows where Omi planned to go that evening, but he doesn't want to bring Fuminori up in front of Yo. Their awkward silence is mercifully broken by the bell signaling the start of the next period.
Well, I've got to go.
Yeah. Unless Koji's mistaken, Yo is supposed to have class next period too, but she just sits there, staring off into space. Unable to come up with anything to say, he leaves the cafeteria reluctantly. Yo is having the worst week.
Yep.
First she got rejected horribly, and then her best friend went missing.
Yep.
Both Omi's disappearances and Yo's depression worry Koji, and both problems lead back to the exact same place.
What the hell is Fuminori
What
doing?
the hell is Fuminori doing? When Omi went missing, the first thing he did was question Fuminori. After all, the last time he'd see her was just before she stormed off to give Fuminori a piece of her mind. Fuminori responded with an unequivocal denial, and acted like he hadn't the slightest idea why Omi would have gone to see him. Perhaps that was only natural, as he was unaware that Omi and Koji had witnessed him reduce Yo to tears. Did Omi even make it to Fuminori's house? She had been riding a wave of emotion when she had left, and might have calmed down and changed her mind halfway there. Or perhaps she ran into trouble along the way? Koji concluded, or more accurately, convinced himself, that one of these possibilities was the truth, subconsciously denying the one remaining possibility, that Fuminori was lying, that he had met Omi and was involved with her disappearance.
Well, technically that's not true. Well,
Yep.
maybe indirectly, but...
When questioned by the police, Koji told the truth about Omi's destination only up to the train station, maintaining that he had no idea where she'd planned to go after that. He wanted to cooperate with the search, of course, but Omi couldn't have made it to Fuminori's house. Fuminori said so himself, didn't he? In that case, he told the police everything they needed to know. Not wanting to get the still fragile Fuminori involved, he forced himself to accept this flimsy logic. Wow, what a nice best friend. But the conflict has built up inside of him without his notice, leaving unanswered suspicion to fester in his mind. Koji is deep in thought, paying no attention to his surroundings, but perhaps that is what allows him to catch sight of his friend's back through the crowd of milling students.
Fuminori?
Fuminori?
That's...
At first, Koji assumes that he's headed to the lecture hall, but it soon appears that he is instead going home.
There's some odd quirk with this, with the game's text advantage. Whenever there's italics like that, I have to click twice to make it appear.
Strange. Medical students have required courses in the afternoon. Though he is initially surprised, Koji's hesitation lasts for only a second. He follows his friend, taking care to stay far enough behind that he won't be noticed. Fuminori wasn't going home, as became obvious when he boarded a train heading in the opposite direction. Koji's next guess was that he was going to see his doctor at the T University Hospital, but Fuminori rode straight through the closest station.
Where's he going?
Where is he going?
I think whenever I talk show up, that's the character's internal thoughts, so...
First, Koji felt ashamed for telling his friend like this, but his conscience fell silent as Fuminori's actions grew more mysterious. The stranger it gets, the closer Koji feels to discovering the truth behind Fuminori's sudden transformation. Any knowledge would be welcome, no matter how slight. Even Koji is beginning to think that there must be more behind Fuminori's change than the accident alone. He wants a more satisfying answer, one that could help him decide whether Fuminori can still be trusted. Fuminori gets off at a small station in a nondescript suburb of Tokyo. Koji follows, trying not to lose sight of him amid the other disembarking passengers. The area is quite desolate, with only a small bookstore, a convenience store, and a market in front of this train station. It is easy for Koji to keep Fuminori in view. This neighborhood was carved out of the Fuji foothills, and here and there remain steep inclines and wooded areas that escape assimilation. Koji is amazed that there is such a quiet place exists less than an hour out of central Tokyo. Fuminori seems to know these streets. He moves quickly and purposefully through the suburban community, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Before long, Fuminori reaches a house. Without ringing the bell or even knocking, he opens the door and vanishes inside, leaving Koji to wonder how Fuminori can treat the house as his own. Wait, is it not his house?
No, his was that nice place. He said it was in the opposite direction. Remember?
True. After waiting to see if Fuminori comes back out, Koji approaches the gate and checks the nameplate. Ogai, it reads.
Aha.
Oh, it's the doctor's place. AKA missing dad. If Koji has never heard of anyone by that name among Fuminori's acquaintances. Next, his attention is drawn to the thick wad of leaflets sticking out of the mail slot. This, coupled with the general dilapidated feel of the place, suggests that it had been abandoned for some time. A small playground about 2 blocks away provides an adequate vantage point from which to watch from the Ogai home. Fortunately, it does not appear to be the sort of house that has a rear exit. Koji settles down on a bench to begin his stakeout.
I should have brought more smokes.
1 hour passes and then another, but there remains no sign of movement around the Ogai residence. Soon, twilight settles upon the neighborhood. After Koji's 1 pack of cigarette runs out, the stakeout becomes a battle against mounting impatience. He kills time by redialing Omi on his cell and sending her short messages, but his efforts are futile, as he knew they would be. When the sky begins to turn deep blue and the streetlights come on, Fuminori finally emerges from the house and heads back toward the station with the same hurried stride. After some brief consideration, Koji decides that right now, investigating the house is more important than tailing Fuminori. He rings the doorbell just to make sure. After receiving the expected silence in response, he checks to make sure no one is watching and turns the doorknob. The door is not locked. The moment he enters the house, stale air thick with mold and dust fills Koji's nostrils. It is the unmistakable smell of a house that has long lain untouched. There is also a faint hint of something else in the air, something reminiscent of damp sewers and fetid cisterns. Flipping the light switch does nothing. The power must have been cut off. Koji uses a cigarette lighter to illuminate the immediate area. In the thick dust covering the floor, he sees several brand new trails of footprints that could only have been made by shoes, Fuminori's. Koji decides to follow suit and dispense with courtesy. He enters with his shoes on.
Oh my.
I know, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you notice a lot in anime. They always take their shoes off, even if it's an emergency.
I mean, even here, most people take their shoes off before entering houses. The lighter's flickering flame pushes back the deathly silence and gloom of the house. Koji is surprised to see evidence of life remaining. Everything from furniture to tableware and appliances. Nothing seems to be missing. The thickness of the dust suggests that the house has been empty for several months, which means that the owner must have left with little more than the clothes on his back. Could he have gone on a long vacation? The calendar in the den is still turned to April. Empty and silent, yet still exhibiting signs of life. Of the life that was once lived there, the house reminds Koji of a passenger ship, entombed at the bottom of the sea. In the graveyard-like quiet, a sinister thought suddenly enters his mind. No one is living here, but that does not have to mean that the owners left. Maybe he was murdered, and his rotting corpse is right under Koji's feet. He finds himself wanting a stronger light. A flashlight in his hand would make him feel much better. Koji follows Fuminori's footsteps to the second floor, where he begins to catch a scent of paper in the still air. It is a smell of old books, instantly recognizable to anyone who has worked in an antique bookstore or library.
Yeah, old books do have a distinct smell to them.
The first room in the second floor turns out to be a study. Its towering shelves packed with a vast number of books that Koji fears for the stability of the floor. As a medical student himself, he is able to discern at a glance that this study belongs to a medical professional, and a high-level one at that. Judging by the content of the books, a smorgasbord of technical volumes far beyond a simple student's understanding, the owner's interest lies more with medical research than with clinical practice. Fuminori must have spent most of his time here. The scattered dust suggests that he was searching for something, and the contents of the desk drawers are in obvious disarray. A small pile of books stacked on the side of the table catches his eye. Being next to the desk, they must have been the most frequently read. Their nature could shed some light on the character of the person who worked here. Koji frowns as he examines the three books. These aren't scientific texts like the rest, but old leather-bound Western tomes like the sort you would find in a rare bookstore. The titles are meaningless to him. Trait des Chiffres appears to concern semiotics, but Ars Magna et Ultima is some kind of treatise on divination. Hey, the doctor wants to be a mage.
By the way, there's going to be a lot of French in the Halloween event in Fragrant Order.
Oh, wonderful.
Good luck with that.
And then there's the Voynich manuscript, which looks like some sort of picture book. When he pages through it, he finds a text utterly incomprehensible. Maybe it's some kind of cipher. Whatever they are, they clearly have nothing to do with medicine, refuting Koji's earlier guess that this Ogai was a doctor. Looking down, Koji suddenly notices the glint of something black and metallic under the chair. A pocket-sized flashlight, quite out of place among all these dusty books. Fuminori must have brought it in. Relief, Koji exchanged his lighter for a flashlight. Its tiny body emits a powerful white beam that casts away the darkness. His courage restored, he decides to explore the rest of the house.
Hmm?
Koji notices something strange, something that was not visible in the lighter's weak flame. The slime. Dark, oily stains are everywhere. The stains are especially thick around the doorknobs and the stair banisters, like someone grasped them with hands wrapped in greasy cloth. Looking closer, he sees places where slime has been splashed low on the walls, almost as if a wet mop was run violently across the floor. Would Ogai have made these marks? If so, how? Koji begins to feel sick as he imagines a man shambling through the house with slime dripping from his body. Finding the bedroom next to the study, Koji checks the closet on a hunch. He discovers 2 empty suitcases, not what one would leave behind when going on a long vacation. A sudden chill runs through him. Whoever was living here is still somewhere inside the house. Suppressing the urge to flee, Koji goes back downstairs to check the first floor. If he finds a corpse, he'll have to call the police right away. He might get away with trespassing if he reports it first, but if they find the body later, it'll be awfully hard to explain his fingerprints all over the house. The flashlight reveals the den to be covered in even more slime than the rest of the house. The sofa looks as though it was dredged from the bottom of a swamp. In the kitchen, Koji takes one look at the sink and decides not to get any closer. He doesn't want any more fuel for his imagination. He reaches the door to the bathroom. A common scene from TV dramas flashes through his head. A body with slit wrists floating in a bathtub full of water. And wasn't there a movie where a hitman disposes of his victim in a bathtub filled with lye? Koji braces himself for the worst and opens the door slowly, then shines his light into the ceramic bathtub that appears from the darkness like a white ghost.
This looks like a kitchen, not a... like a...
Oh, there's the bathroom. Bones. A mountain of bones, black with dry flesh and blood. Koji puts one hand against the wall to steady himself as his legs threaten to buckle. Something is wrong, he realizes as he tries desperately to get his thoughts in order. The bones are too small, and there are too many of them. They aren't human. After taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Koji enters the bathroom and examines the tub. The bones are piled atop each other like fallen leaves. They appear to be from small animals, perhaps cats or dogs. Even so, the quantity is mind-boggling. How many bodies would it take to produce this many bones?
Okay, question though. If other animals were edible, why hasn't Saya tried making a hamburger for Fuminori?
I guess she has a preference. The bones have all been separated from one another, so it doesn't look like bodies were just thrown into the tub and left to rot. Each bone is covered with deep grooves, marks made by teeth, biting through flesh. Koji's sanity won't let him consider the possibility that a human could have done this. The owner of this house must have kept some sort of carnivorous animal as a pet, giving it the bones of small animals to eat and disposing of the remains in the bathtub. As one does, apparently. But why not dispose of the leftovers properly? They could have just been thrown out with the garbage, or was there something keeping him from leaving the house? The relief Koji felt when he realized that the bones were human is once again under attack. In the first place, what the hell was Fuminori doing here?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
What's wrong, Koji?
Koji rolls around, his light revealing Fuminori's expressionless face.
Wait, how do you know it was Koji?
I guess he can recognize his friend.
Yeah, I guess. You're trespassing.
This is. Oh, wait, was it him?
Yeah. So are you.
Koji replies, barely managing to speak over the pounding of his heart. Fuminori pushes past Koji and looks into the bathtub. He doesn't even flinch at the sight of the bones.
A friend of mine lives here. I'm just running an errand. What? Who is this person? Where'd you meet them?
Koji doesn't want to believe that the old friendly Fuminori could have had contact with the denizens of this house.
I'll introduce you one of these days.
He says, trying to leave without even a glance at Koji.
I owe her my life. Hey, Fuminori.
Koji runs after Fuminori. His heart is finally beating normally again.
Wait, is this friend of yours the reason you've been acting so strange?
Standing in the entrance, Fuminori glares at Koji over his shoulder. The utter lack of emotion in his eyes gives Koji pause.
You followed me, didn't you?
Koji swallows. What can he say?
You're starting to bother me, Koji. Don't do it again. Fine.
Fuminori walks away without another word, leaving Koji alone in the entrance. Up until this very moment, concern for his friend was still at the forefront of his mind. However, that concern is swiftly giving way to a growing sense of dread. Does the Fuminori he knew no longer exist? Was the person who just stared Koji down an imposter wearing Fuminori's skin? Koji has begun to believe that it might be so.
What a nuisance. Why does he insist on interfering? If he only spoke with me to exchange pleasantries, even I could bear it. Now he's sticking his nose into my business just to satisfy his curiosity. Koji's a perfect example of someone who thinks it's always good to take an interest in other people's affairs. He probably thinks he's doing me a favor by prying into my life. He couldn't be more wrong. If he keeps this up, I might have to find someone to deal with him. Like Saya said, I have to keep my search for Dr. Ogai's secret. Koji could ruin everything. I don't know, I think you should introduce her to Saya. That might solve your problems.
Yeah, introduce the bestie.
I didn't have time to fully investigate the Ogai residence today. At this rate, I'll probably take several days just to go through the study. Saya didn't believe that I'd find anything to help with the search, but I think there's still a lot to explore. Who knows what I'll discover? The problem is Koji. He knows about the house now. Will it make things difficult? Excuse me. A hair-raising voice calls as I'm about to pass through my gate. Pressing the shutter, I put on a fake smile and turn to face the writhing mess of rotten flesh that is staring at me with bulging eyes. Shoot, we don't know who this is, but good evening. Are you getting home? You're just getting home? Yes, I am. Of course, this is my next door neighbor, Suzumi, a middle-aged painter, I think, who spends all day at home while his wife works. I haven't had much contact with him since the accident. Why is he suddenly talking to me now? Have you gotten used to living alone? Yes, thank you for the help. I know it must have been very difficult, but you're still young. You have to try to move on with your life. Yeah. What is this? Did he stop me just to deliver a lecture? With such a big home, it must be hard to take care of everything by yourself. Yeah, I suppose it is rather difficult. Why not hire a caretaker? Didn't your father have one? I'm still a student. I can't really afford the expense. I see. Flesh Beast undulates foully as though it still has something to say. The sight of it is driving me close to the edge. Even so, don't you think you should at least tend to your yard? I'd be happy to help. No, thank you. I'll manage on my own. Now I get it. He's worried that the unsightliness of my house might diminish the image of his own. Damn snob. I flash a token smile and retreat behind the safety of my gate. I can feel Suzumi's eyes boring into my back all the way to the front door. I want everyone to stay out of my life. I just want to live together with Saya, alone, where no one will ever bother us.
Oh, so that's what he looks like.
Yep.
Okay. Suzumi Yosuke sighs with in annoyance as he watches a neighbor boy retreat into his house. What's with his attitude? Even while talking, he just kept his eyes averted, as if to avoid looking at something repulsive. Has he always been such an unpleasant young man? No, of course not. When his parents were still alive, he had been a normal youth. A little shy but sensitive and caring. It must be the stress of his sad situation. If it continues to build, he might start to develop serious mental problems.
Or is it too late already?
Yosuke wonders as he gazes warily at the Sakisaka yard. Even during dinner, Yosuke can't shake the neighboring house from his mind. What's wrong, honey? You look like something's bothering you.
Yeah, I saw the young man from next door today.
Luminori?
I just had to say something about his yard.
I know. I wish he'd at least do something about that smell. The stink coming from the Sakisaka house grows worse each day, and the Suzumi family is at its wit's end.
Could it be a dead cat in the bushes? He must notice the smell coming from his own yard.
Maybe he's leaving his garbage out there.
He wouldn't. No, wait. I don't know who's talking at this point, but... No, I wouldn't put it past him. Who knows what he's doing in there all day with those storm shutters closed? What kind of life is he leading?
Did he go crazy?
Now, Himura, you mustn't say things like that. I think that might have been the little girl, but... On it... wait. Okay. Okay, first line is the girl, second line is the mom, third line is him. Honestly, with the way things are going, I'm starting to wonder if he's gone paranoid or something.
Will he be alright?
Unless he gets help soon, who knows? The seconds crawl by, each tick of the clock compounding my agony. When I returned home from the Ogai residence, I was greeted by a silent, empty house. Saya had vanished without leaving any clue as to her whereabouts. It's rare for her to go for walks at night. I've often gone with her. However, such outings always take place in the middle of the night, when no one's around, and never last for more than 2 hours. Sorry, excuse me. Right now it's 5 in the morning. Soon the sky will begin to show the first light of dawn. Even if she left right before I returned, she's still been gone for almost half a day. I can't sleep. I can only wait in anguish. I tried to distract myself by painting more rooms, but I couldn't concentrate on work. If I had known this would happen, I would have left the Ogai house sooner. I wish I hadn't wasted time on Koji. If Saya doesn't return, the thought makes me want to tear out my hair. After its long absence, the terror of true loneliness is too much to bear. At last, the cowbell chimes, and Saya's long-awaited "I'm home" rings out from the bottom of the stairs. As I jump out of my bed in relief, all the stress that had built up through the night is released in a wave that threatens to sweep me off my feet.
I'm so tired.
Saya sighs as she climbs the stairs.
I knew the trip would be hard.
Saya, where have you... The question trails off as I notice the thick bundle of paper that she's carrying under her arms. What are those?
Your medical charts and surgery records. I went back to the hospital today.
Saya drops her bundles on the floor, sending papers flying everywhere. Then pulls her favorite cushion over and collapses into it, stretching luxuriously. You walked all the way back from the hospital in the middle of the night?
Sorry.
She says, skillfully gathering the scattered papers together.
I meant to come back sooner, but there was so many files to go through. So I decided to bring everything. It was so heavy.
Maybe it's just the exhaustion, but I'm not understanding a word Sai is saying. What are you planning to do with all this?
What do you mean? I'm going to study it, of course.
She replies, holding one MRI photograph after another up to the light.
I'll have plenty of time to go over it here.
At first, I think she's just playing around, but... Oh, goodness. Sorry. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. At first, I think she's just playing around, but the occasional mutters of...
Better check this one. Oh, I see. Well, that was silly of them.
And the like, as she separates photos into a growing pile beside her, make me think she might not be... This might not be a joke after all. Do you understand this stuff?
I learned a lot from Dad.
She flashes me a grin, then returns to the papers.
So that's how it is. No wonder it can't be fixed.
It can't?
Not by a human doctor.
I can't tell if she's being serious. By the way, he was reading books earlier at the Ogai house, so maybe he actually can learn stuff at school.
True. Even for me, it'll probably be tough.
She says offhandedly, even as her hand continues to shuffle papers.
We'll have to experiment first.
Watching more closely, I realized that her eyes are scanning each page rapidly. So rapidly, in fact, that I was unable to notice it at first. Could Saya actually be reading my charts? Hey, Saya?
Yeah?
She answers coolly, looking up from the charts. I'm tired. Let's go to bed.
Sure.
She replies with a grin.
If that's what you want. I don't trust the bed.
Yeah, let's get the screen up now. Saya tosses aside the papers she was sorting, then leaps on me and begins to tear off my clothes. See,
Yep.
there we actually had a line of warning at least, you know? Hey.
Come on, just once before bed, okay?
Contrary to her appearance, Saya's appetite for sex would put any adult to shame. You could even say it's a little unnatural. She's not just passionate. She also has unlimited stamina, making me wonder where her slender body gets all the energy. Never satisfied with letting me feast on her to my heart's content, she always uses me to pleasure herself until I'm forced to tap out. Hey Saya, don't you think it's unhealthy to be doing this every day?
Huh? Are you sick?
No, not me. My body is all grown up, but you're...
Don't worry.
She laughs playfully as she pushes me onto the bed. The familiar sweet sensation of her weight and skin rendering me helpless.
You're probably thinking, don't worry, I'm already like 3,000 years old.
But I am worried. We haven't used any contraception. To my astonishment, Saya is completely uninterested in safe sex. She doesn't just eschew protection. She even insists that... Okay, it's getting explicit now. I gotta cool it. She wants it inside, which means she probably wants to get pregnant.
Naughty.
Oh, sorry. Someone left a comment. A lack of oxygen causes yawning. It might be because of all the reading. I guess that would make sense. See, she whispers, staring straight into my eyes.
You don't want me to have your children?
How can I respond to that? It's not that. Your body's too small. Pregnancy is a serious burden, you know.
I'm so curious how tall she is now because there's a lot of short people here. Like, I'll put that out there. Like the below 5 foot tall type of short.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, that doesn't. So I'm like, depending on her height, that doesn't really seem that bad. It's not really something you have to worry about.
Saya seems unsure how to reply, but not because she doesn't understand what I said. Rather, the bemused look on her face makes it seem as though I'm the one not getting it.
But I know you're just thinking of me.
She says suddenly, her smile glowing with innocence.
So I'm happy.
By the time I break the spell of her angelic smile, Saya has undone my belt and removed my pants. Come on, Saya. Relax.
Okay, now they're gonna do the thing.
Yeah, it's still not showing anything yet, but it will in a second, most likely. Relax, she says, teasingly as she bares my crotch and wraps her slender white fingers around. Okay, yeah. Okay, yep, just sucking on it. Oops. Okay, I guess I can show part of the top of the image, just barely though. And that's as far as I can go. She is naked. He is naked. Okay, yep. She asks if it hurts, but he says it's fine. Where did Saya learn how to pleasure a man so well? I can't believe the precision and skill of her ministrations. Okay. Her sinuous fingers are like snakes coiled around my manhood. Oh my. Yeah, I don't think there's any way I could show this safely. But yeah, it's her lying down completely naked. Everything's out. Man, he has big balls. She's sucking on it more.
In actuality, she's basically a slug girl, right?
Maybe a slug, but or maybe she is the flesh that he's seeing. I don't know.
It's based on all the description. They're like, oh, it's all slimy. It's kind of like olive oil. So I'm just imagining a giant slug.
Yeah. Okay. He's gonna end up doing it in her mouth. He tries to pull out, but she doesn't let him. Saya, however, pays no heed to my distress, still clinging to my waist like a predator unwilling to relinquish its prey. She starts swallowing effortlessly like someone dying of hunger. Gulp, gulp. What is she swallowing? The answer is obvious. Every last drop of the passion that I just disgorged into her mouth. Okay, I think we're safe for the moment, but I'll keep the screen up. And she says that was good. She looks up at me, answering my confusion by smiling like she just pulled the greatest prank of her life. A small tongue darts out from her lips to lick away the last milky remnants around her mouth. The tongue was just licking my... The thought sends a worrying jolt of pleasure to my brain.
See, you don't have to worry if I do it like this.
Oh, well, what am I supposed to say to that? Oh, back to, okay, this is the image from earlier of them lying on top of each other while naked. But... Okay, I think we're still in H-scene mode, so... It's Saya, you didn't have to swallow it.
What? But I want it.
Suddenly distraught, Saya clings to me like a child who's just had her candy stolen. Okay, she wants all of it inside her. So Saya really does want to bear my children? I'm not averse to the idea. I still think it might be too early, of course, but there isn't much point in worrying about my reputation now. Assuming that Saya and I will be left alone, I even welcome it.
Bro, you don't have a job. How are you going to support the child?
Well, he said he has money to live off of for a while, but we don't know how much exactly. However, that only explains her appetite for normal sex. I still don't know why she wants to swallow, of all things. I suppose that's what impure or taboo differs. Wait. I suppose that what's impure or taboo differs from person to person, and I can simply apply normal values to I can't simply apply normal values to Saya. Okay. She asks if he doesn't like it. He does, as long as she's okay with it. So is he. Okay. Saya smiles with relief and burrows contentedly into my chest. She says she loves him. With her body draped over mine, I become even more aware of how light and delicate she is. Can this tiny girl and I really live as a husband and wife? I feel a pang of self-loathing at the question. How can I still be afraid after all that's happened? Saya's feelings are so earnest. How can I not accept them? I need to resolve once and for all to rid myself of the useless trappings of morality. Saya and I are all that matters. There's no point in worrying about what the others think anymore. Although I suppose I should still talk to Saya's guardian, of course. I need to find Dr. Ogai as soon as possible. By the time I drift to sleep in exhaustion's comforting embrace, all doubts about Saya's actions have vanished from my mind. Whatever the cause, all that matters is that she's returned to me. Okay, I think we're safe now.
2 o'clock for Suzumi Yosuke. This is the most fulfilling time of day. After seeing his wife and daughter off, taking care of the morning chores, and eating a leisurely lunch, it is time to finally sit down at his easel. He's not a particularly popular painter, and he would only hold an exhibition if he were hurting for money. However, the design work he does on the side ensures that there's always enough to support his lifestyle. Alongside the salary his wife earns for working for a magazine, they're able to pay their mortgage. send their daughter to school, and still have plenty left over. Yosuke's life is perfect, leisurely, and absent of want. Wow, lucky. He loves his house, considering it is a symbol of his success. When he mows the lawn, polishes the window and floors, and cleans the kitchen, toilet, and bath, he feels the same joy as he does when washing his own body. Wow, what a good stay-at-home husband. Just as he knows the length of his fingernails and the time since his last meal, he also knows everything about his home's condition, the status of every door, the freshness of every flower, the amount of ice in the ice tray, every last detail. This is his pride. And when he sits in his studio smelling the turpentine and knowing that each element of his house is in perfect order, he feels the ultimate satisfaction. While trying to find the right combination of paints on his palette, he suddenly feels thirsty, but soon remembers that there isn't much orange juice left in the refrigerator. In fact, it is also about time to stock up on bath additive and powdered soap. He could get everything at the supermarket when he goes to shop for dinner, but it will probably be quite heavy.
Now then, where should I leave off to go shopping?
As he ponders this dilemma, he heads downstairs to the kitchen. Just then, a breath of air tickles the back of his neck, bringing him to a halt in the middle of the hallway. A breeze? Impossible! Every window of the house is closed. Yosuke shuts them himself during the morning cleaning. Oh, something came in the window then. I wonder who.
Yep.
Yosuke enters the living room, searching for the source of the breeze.
I'm surprised that the TV is widescreen, considering this game is 4:3.
Something stinks. It's the same pungent smell of fetid swampland that emanates from the Sakisaka house. The window facing the yard next to the door is open, its curtains billowing loosely in the gentle breeze. There's a hole in the glass next to the lock. It looks strange, like it was melted by some chemical instead of broken. Someone must have reached through the hole to unlock the window. Yosuke stands paralyzed, his heart pounding with anger and fear. He listens carefully but hears nothing. Perhaps the intruder has already finished his business and left. But a burglar wouldn't have left the room untouched, would he? Maybe he heard Yosuke coming and hid somewhere nearby. Yosuke realizes that his still wet palette knife is in his right hand. He must have forgotten to put it aside before going downstairs. He stares numbly at the knife for a moment and then decides that it's not enough protection. Instead, he grabs the ashtray sitting on top of the table. Made of thick, solid glass, it is big and heavy enough to serve as a weapon.
I'm not sure what a palette knife is exactly, but I would take a knife over an ashtray personally.
A palette knife is kind of like... It reminds me of one of those things that you serve pie with, that triangular thing.
Oh, that.
Yeah, it's basically that.
Okay. Yeah, I'd still take that over an ashtray. You could
I would
stab.
have both ashtray for shield
Yeah.
and that knife for, sword.
Yeah.
The home he thought of as a part of himself now seems utterly alien. Keenly aware of the thumping of his heart, Yosuke looks around the living room and sees little that could be used as a hiding place. The intruder must have gone either to the guest room or through the dining room to the kitchen. The kitchen is close to the stairs. If there had been movement, Yosuke would have noticed it when he came down, which means that the guest room is the most likely place. He shuffles over to the guest door and prepares to slide it open. But what is that stench? Could the breeze alone carry something so foul? As if the odor is coming from inside the room. He readies his ashtray and throws open the door. The straw-matted Japanese-style room is empty. There is a closet, but no one could fit in there. So the intruder already left. Yosuke relaxes, the exhaustion of sudden relief coming over him.
Nope.
And that is when something seizes his ankle. The instant he freezes in shock, his leg is yanked out from under him, sending him crashing to the floor. Stars explode behind his eyes as his head smacks against the door rail. The hand, if that could be called that, wrapped around Yosuke's ankle extends all the way back to beneath the living room sofa. There are barely 5 centimeters between the sofa and the floor. Whatever is hiding there, it can't possibly be human. Before the screaming Yosuke can regain his footing, countless hand-like appendages seize his arms and legs, rendering him helpless. Or maybe she's a tentacle monster. Calm down. Don't be scared. As the hideous voice burbles in his ear, something cold and soft crawls atop him. Yosuke can't even scream, his terror is so great. It won't hurt. Don't be scared. It won't hurt. Thin, tube-like appendages penetrate his ears and nose, wriggling deep into his skull. Right before the sensation drives him mad, Yosuke loses consciousness.
Thanks for taking the time to see us.
Koji says, his humble bow concealing his surprise at the doctor's youth. Even without her light makeup, she wouldn't look a day over 30. She must be quite talented to be a leading neurosurgeon at such a young age.
Oh, by the way, the thing I said at the beginning about Saya that might be a spoiler, it was that she was a monster. Like I saw like art of her with like the fleshy stuff.
Oh, okay. Don't mention it. I was hoping somebody like you would come along. Her friendly smile has none of the coldness one might expect from her sharp, refined beauty. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Dr. Tombo, Sakisaka Fuminori's attending physician.
I'm Fuminori's friend, Tono Koji. This is Tsukuba Yo.
Yo gives a quick bow, her expression apologetic. When they arrived at the T University Medical Center and asked to see Fuminori's doctor, Koji and Yo had been prepared for rejection. They hadn't expected the ease at which the request was granted. You say you want to know what's wrong with them. Well, so do I.
I'm sorry?
He didn't come in for his checkup 2 days ago. I tried calling his home, but there was no answer. 2 days ago, the same day Fuminori was searching that abandoned house, Koji frowns, wondering what was important enough for him to blow off his appointment. What is he like at school?
He's totally messed up.
Seeing Yo's shoulders jerk out of the corner of his eye, Koji regrets not choosing his words more carefully.
Since the accident, he's been a completely different person. We have no idea what to do, so we thought that talking to you might help.
Are you medical students too? She asks out of nowhere.
Huh? Well, yes.
Would you like to see his chart?
You'd really show it to us?
Koji replies, incredulous. Dr. Tombo regards him silently for a moment, then sighs and says, "Someone wanted to see it, and without the hospital permission. His files were stolen from the archives 2 nights ago."
What?
She stares hard at the astonished students and shakes her head with a tired smile. Well, it doesn't look like you two are involved. That's a relief.
Of course we aren't.
However, the culprit must have had an interest in his condition or wanted to erase his records. Either way, I can only assume that it was someone close to him.
I see.
An ominous thought flashes through Koji's mind. It couldn't have been Fuminori himself, could it? Koji looks at Dr. Tanbo and finds her staring right back at him, her expression grave. He realizes that she must be harboring the same suspicion. What do you think? Do you have any idea who might have done it? Perhaps Dr. Tanbo didn't have anyone in mind when she asked, but Koji's thoughts immediately fly to that eerie house to which Fuminori led him.
I don't really know what the relationship is, but there's someone called Ogai, probably a doctor or a...
Koji stops speaking as he sees the dramatic change that has come across Dr. Tombo's expression.
You know Dr. Ogai? Oh, no, she asked that. Do you know where Fuminori met that man?
No,
Oh, wait.
that's what I would like to
No,
know.
sorry, we hadn't read the first time. No, that's what I'd like to know. Just who is this Ogai?
After remaining silent for some time, Dr. Tombo loses a heavy sigh. Alright, it's not like you couldn't find out on your own. Ogai Masahiko was a doctor teaching at this hospital. He was dismissed over 6 months ago, however, following certain incidents.
What incidents? What did he do?
I can't say any more. And anyway, it has nothing to do with your friend. Koji has no argument to which to answer. Dr. Tombo's flat rejection, however, he can't shake the feeling that this Ogai person is the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Fuminori.
Doctor,
He says, making up his mind.
Fuminori might be involved in a crime.
At this sudden declaration, both Yo and Dr. Tombo raise their eyebrows. What do you mean?
A friend of ours went missing after going to see him. Fuminori denies any involvement, of course.
You mean Omi? Koji is unable to bear the shock in Yo's voice.
Sorry, Tsukuba. I couldn't tell you.
Dr. Tombo is frowning, her expression even more serious than before.
Right now, this Ogai seems to be the center of Fuminori's attention. If we know who he is and what Fuminori is looking for, we might start to see the whole picture. Please tell us, Doctor, just what happened at this hospital.
Dr. Tombo hesitates for some time, refusing to make eye contact, but she finally shakes her head. I'm sorry. This is not a decision I can make on my own.
Doctor.
Give me some time. I'll do my own investigating now that I know how far this has gone.
Please.
Koji's out of options. All that's left is to trust this young doctor. It's frustrating, but a friend's right to only go so far. Let's exchange cell numbers. I'll call you if I learn anything, and you can call me the moment anything changes.
Alright. Oh. What happened to me?
Yosuke's awareness returns slowly, as though rising from a bog. He's cold. No, hot. Something itches like tepid tongues and cold slugs crawling over his skin.
Oh, it is slugs. What the hell's going on?
Timidly, he opens his eyes.
What? Oh,
It's everywhere. The thing that attacked him in the living room, it's everywhere. Terror shatters Yosuke's sanity.
Ah!
He throws out the thing lying on top of him, but his wild flailing sends him crashing to the floor. But is it really the floor? The long wriggling fibers of what should be the carpet are winding themselves around his fingers. The floor is made of worms.
As long as they're not crest worms.
He tears his limbs free from the worms and tries to stand but loses his balance and tumbles to the floor again. The worms immediately swarm over his body.
Where am I? Where did that thing take me?
Yosuke crawls across the worm-ridden floor towards the only exit from the pulsating room. When he gets outside, however, all he can do is see his blood, bile, and rotten meat. This is no place to run.
What is this?
Most terrifying of all, this hellish place has the same layout as Yosuke's house. In a half-mad daze, he wanders throughout the nightmarish mockery of his house. In the small room where his studio should be, he finds an easel made of bones displaying a blood-soaked canvas. Like some cruel joke, everything is exactly where it would be in Yosuke's studio.
Damn it, let me out. Let me out of here.
Howling, Yosuke lashes out against everything within reach. The easel of bone shatters, driving splinters into his fist. He feels the pain, but does not wake from the nightmare. If this isn't a dream, then what is it? When his strength gives out, Yosuke falls to his knees, sobbing. For the first time in his life, he prays. The sound of the door opening and closing grates on his ears.
Downstairs? The front door? Is someone else here?
We're home! Yosuke trembles at the blood-curdling sound. It's that thing again. The monster's returned. Daddy, we're home. Where is dinner? Oh, he's not here? Let's go shopping. Can we eat? Yosuke hears the sound of something slimy sloshing its way up the stairs. Even as he cowers in terror, he slides his trembling hand across the floor and grabs one of the bones from the broken easel. The tip of the bone is nice and sharp. If he holds it in both hands and puts weight behind it, he might be able to use it to defend himself. Honey, are you home? The monster's growls are getting closer. Holding his breath, Yosuke presses his back against the wall next to the door. The pounding of his heart is like thunder in his ears, so loud that he fears the creatures might hear it. He knows it will eat him if it finds him again, but it's all he can do to keep from crying. At last, the door creaks open. Honey? Yosuke leaps on the creature as it enters, fear turning his roar into a high-pitched scream. The flesh beast is covered in sludge and vile juices. Before the horror can paralyze him, Yosuke brings his bone stake stabbing down. The monster screams as a stake pierces its chest and punches through the other side. It falls back, writhing in agony. The sight of its pain sets Yosuke's blood on fire.
I can win. I can kill it. If I finish it off before it enters my head again, I'm safe.
Yosuke grabs the bone and twists it with all his might. The monster convulses and gurgles, its trembling tentacles reaching up as though begging for help.
Die, die, die!
Yosuke knocks it to the floor and then brings its tail crashing down on its flopping body again and again. With each stomp, its groans and spasms grow weaker. When the monster at last stops twitching, Yosuke, panting hard, tears the stake out from its corpse and rises to his feet. Daddy? Something squeals. Yosuke turns around to see another, smaller monster peeking out at him from under the stair landing.
There's still one left.
His desperate, rage-filled attack both exhilarated him and gave him a taste for violence. This one will be easier, it's smaller and weaker. Grinning maniacally, Yosuke raises his hand and moves towards the second creature. The monster flees screaming down the stairs. Not about to let his prey escape, Yosuke roars and gives chase. The thought that killing the monsters might end this nightmare feeds his savage bloodlust. No, Daddy, no! When the monster trips and falls in the dining room, Yosuke leaps on top of it and brings the slate crashing down. His bloodlust unfaded, he pulls it free and then drives it again into the monster's flesh, once, twice, 3 times, and more, until there is nothing left but shredded, pulverized meat. Eventually, the only sound in the house is Yosuke's heavy breathing. He has slain 2 monsters, but the nightmare shows no sign of ending. Yosuke staggers to the front door and goes outside. The sky, the city, everything has gone mad. Twisted shapes, nauseating colors, stinking air. There is no escape, no end to the nightmare. The last remnant of Yosuke's sanity vanishes like dust in the wind. Hi, mister.
Yosuke turns around. Oh, sorry.
Yosuke turns around to turn to the sound of the girl's voice. He's standing in front of the house next door, wearing a spotless one-piece over her pure white skin. In the midst of this filth-ridden world, she alone glows with beauty. How do I look to you, mister?
You're very cute.
Yosuke feels a sudden black lust rising within him. Really? Then the experiment was a success. Or might be a success. Yosuke walks up to the strangely jubilant girl and brushes his hand against her long, smooth hair.
Such a lovely girl. You must be the only one in the whole world.
Mister? She looks up at the man towering over her, perhaps disturbed by his hungry stare.
Why are we immediately jumping to this? How about we play a game, little girl?
Okay, but what are we going to do? A grin parts Yosuke's lips and he replies.
Everything that will please me, of course.
Enter screen!
I don't know if we're gonna go there. Yep. Didn't even get to finish what I was saying.
With that, he grabs the girl's collar and tears the front of her dress wide open.
Okay. Oh, that. Yeah, okay, never mind.
Shock and fear twist the lovely girl's delicate features, simulating Yosuke's sadism. After killing those 2 monsters, the embers of violence still smolder in his heart, and now they have a new fuel to burn.
Oh, I like that expression on you. Won't you show me an even prettier one?
No, no! The terrified girl flees into the Sakisaka house. Yosuke runs after her, feeling the joy of the hunt.
Okay, I don't think we're gonna get an H scene here, but I'm still gonna keep the screen up just in case.
No, stay away! Even in desperation, she has no hope about running his longer stride. Yosuke charges down the hallway and catches up to her in the kitchen. He grabs her from behind and wrestles her to the floor before she can resist.
Okay, yep, good thing I kept it up. Eesh.
Let me go. Why are you doing that?
Okay, so I guess I can pull him from the side a little bit.
You can see his face?
Yeah. She's naked, he's not. That's all you need to know.
Where's the main character? I thought he was staying home.
Like I said, because you're too cute. Okay, yeah, let's skip the details here.
But you're saying no.
Yep. Seriously. Yeah, he really likes her body. Runs his tongue over her stomach, chest. So preparing to eat her whole. She says it's not supposed to be this way. So wait, is she like actually physically a girl, little girl, because he sees her as one? Is that how that works, or?
Must be. Aw, that's sad. She's calling out the MC's name, trying
Yeah.
to get him to rescue her.
He did take off his pants apparently, or pull them. Or open the release. He tries to put it in. Oh, he does put it in. Oh my. I'm not going to even try to show this. Let's get through this. Another image I can't show. He's being rough with her and she doesn't understand why.
And she's asking for help.
Yep. Okay, back to Fuminori. As always, the sights of the city grate on my nerves. Today, however, I don't feel as much hatred as I usually do. I've grown more accustomed to my condition, but that is not the reason for today's high spirits. My search of the Ogai house has finally borne fruit. When I pulled all the drawers out of the desk in the study, I found an envelope stuck between the desk and the wall. It must have fallen off the back of the writing tray. Inside there were 3 outdoor photographs. I couldn't recognize the scenery due to my condition, but I'm pretty sure that they show 3 buildings. Okay, so pictures do appear fleshy to him. Or, the contents of the pictures, I mean. Scrawled on the back of each photo was an address. Nagano Prefecture, M Village, Tochigi Prefecture, S Town, Shizuoka Prefecture, H Town. None of the names is familiar. Okay, I guess that's technically correct. Yeah. So they must be way out in the countryside. The photos are all dated more than 10 years ago. I don't know why they were taken or what they mean, but maybe Saya will be able to make some sense of them. In any case, this is something that even Saya missed while she was living in that house. I wonder how she'll react when I show her what I found. Okay, I don't know whether the scene has already happened or not, but I'm going to put the screen up. One more time. Saya, I want so badly to see her. The thought of her waiting for me speeds my footsteps. When I step through the gate, I see the front door is wide open again. This is the second time this has happened. Upon entering the house this time, however, the sound of Saya crying chills my blood. And it's not just her. I also hear a low, wet grunting. Yeah, the screen's saying up. There's no time to take off my shoes. I race down the hallway propelled by a terrifying premonition. Yep. Okay. The monster is in my house, and it's doing things to Saya. I should point out, we're actually it's one of the H images from before, but it's now the guy is like made of flesh. The filthy ooze from the body spreads across her skin as it drives itself with animal ferocity between her weakly trembling thighs. The monster forces its grotesque thing deeper and deeper into her. Maybe it's still doing sex stuff, so let's skip this. She looks at me with tear-filled eyes and calls my name with a weak, breathless voice.
Fuminori, help.
Rage erupts inside me like black lava. The monster stops gorging itself on Saya's body and turns its head to look at me. Surprised by my own composure, I slip past it and grab the meat cleaver sitting next to the sink. Without a moment's hesitation, I slash at the monster's face. I don't know if you can really slash with a meat cleaver, but okay. Oh, it's a cleaver. Sorry, for some reason I was thinking of a tenderizer, not a cleaver. But yeah. Okay, I can show this image. Yeah, that's a cleaver. Okay. Oop, no, it's not that. Okay. It screams and staggers away from Saya. My attack must have blinded it because it flails its tentacles wildly as it tries to drive me away. My bloodlust is still unsated. I calmly seize one of the appendages and plunge my weapon twice more into its quivering flesh. The blade enters its body with fascinating ease. Each strike sprays my face with its blood. Okay, that's another image I can show. Blood and gore okay. Sex banned.
And based on the book because a tentacle monster.
Yeah. As I carve the monster into pieces and savor its hideous screams, my mind is finally consumed by rage. No mercy. I'll see the monster suffer for what it's done to Saya. I give myself to the fury, howling at the top of my lungs. I slash and slash and slash and slash. Even after the flesh beast stops moving, I keep slashing until I realize I can no longer feel pain. Cursing myself for killing it so quickly, I stab the cleaver into the floor, snapping it in half. When my thoughts finally regain some cohesion, I find myself still digging the broken knife into the floor. The monster is gone, but the pieces of it are scattered everywhere. I stop cutting into the tile, and in the sudden silence I hear Saya's faint sobs coming from a corner of the kitchen. I guess I can show this. The naughty bits are covered up, but just for a second. Yeah, so I'm just going over this one last time before I, yeah, that's safe. Okay. Saya. I pull the cowering Saya into my arms. She stiffens in fear at first, but as soon as she realizes it's me, she clings to my body and cries.
Put me naughty. Scared. So scared.
I don't know what to say. I can only keep holding her. This should never have happened to Saya. Everything in this twisted world is to blame. Yes, including myself. I couldn't protect her. If I'd been here, then maybe I could have prevented this.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
She says again and again in a voice choked with tears. Not wanting to hear that from her, I pull her head into my chest. Don't say that, Saya. It's not your fault. I try to reassure her, but she shakes her head vigorously in denial.
I did it. I did it.
I don't understand. What is she saying? You did what?
I messed with his brains.
She answers, glancing at the dismembered monster with swollen eyes.
I made the inside of his head the same as yours. I made him see the world like you do.
It takes me some time to understand the meaning of Saya's words. What? But how? Okay, I can, she's still naked, but I can show the top half of this image. Just show her face. He's just holding her in his arms. Finally regaining her composure, Saya responds to my confusion in a low voice.
And stuff like that. I can change the bodies of other living things.
Misaki, for a while now you've been kind of like muffled, like you're kind of like partially cutting out. I don't know if you want to maybe try re-upping the call.
Okay.
Alright, do you still have the screen share?
Yep.
Okay.
I can do stuff like that. I can change the bodies of other living things.
Yeah, that sounds much clearer.
I've had this ability since I was born. Every organism is different, so I have to study them in detail before I know how to change them. By doing some research, I figured out what happened to your brain.
Sorry, I was trying to. I can show like the top couple lines of text at least. So I want to. Yeah, let's do that.
So I wanted to see if I could do the same thing to someone else.
But why?
I thought that if everyone were like you, they would all be kind to me.
My heart aches at the loneliness in her voice as she confesses her sorrowful wish.
But that man, he wasn't kind at all. He said he wanted to hurt me, break me, and eat.
She starts crying into my chest again, unable to say any more. I gently rub her back while trying to get her jumbled thoughts together. Trying to get my jumbled thoughts together. What is Saya, and that she can do such a thing? The answer is beyond me. However, there's one thing I can answer here and now. Saya is mistaken. You think that I'm kind to you because of the accident?
Yeah.
She nods sadly. I smile and shake my head. You're wrong. That was only the beginning. Our relationship is the sum of so much more. The time you and I had spent together, those days, those experiences, are what made us what we are.
Really naughty.
You've been there for me, Saya, sharing my pain, giving me hope and joy. That's how you became so important to me, see? It's harder than you think. Saya's still crying, but now her tears feel warm against my chest.
Yeah, I understand. I finally understand.
Her smile shines through her tears.
I only have you for me, naughty. There will never be anyone else.
Now more than ever before, I feel the depth of the bond between us. I'm sure that Saya feels it too. I wrap my arms tightly around her and seal her lips with mine. Saya responds, winding her arms around my neck as our tongues desperately seek each other's warmth. I'm going to put the screen fully back up because I don't know if this is going to lead into something. At this moment, Saya is my whole world, and I am hers. The earth turns for us alone. Of course, I still haven't told her something very important. I don't know why I never said it before, perhaps because it was always so obvious. However, I should put it into words at least once, this oath of mine. Saya, I...
Wait.
She stops me with a finger against my lips.
Before that, Fuminori, tell me one thing. What do you want?
What do I want? Saya nods, staring into my eyes with unusual solemnity.
Like I said, I can affect the bodies of living things in a way that nothing else can. Now that I've learned how to manipulate human brains...
Saya pauses and takes a deep breath before continuing.
I can turn you back to normal.
What? Until now, that hasn't even been in a realm of possibility.
I just have to do the opposite of what I did to that man. It's really simple.
I replay Saya's words in my head to be sure of their meaning.
So tell me, Fuminori. Do you want to return to your old life? Do you want to take back what you lost in the accident? You save.
I think it actually is set to auto-save, but yeah, I can put another save here.
I'm so curious if he says he wants it all back, like we freak out being like, oh god, my house is a mess, and I just killed a man.
Yeah, it automatically made a save file here, or... Oh, that's a... Okay, that's a quick save, and then I can also put a manual save here, but... Yeah. Okay.
I'm curious what happens if you want it all back. Like, will he just
Yeah.
freak out afterwards, being like, "Oh shoot, what do I do? Gotta call the cops."
Oh.
Explain that it was self-defense intruder. Oh no.
Oh yeah, I can't show the whole image here because of she's naked, but the choices are I want it all back or I don't need it anymore. So let's say I want it all back. Let's show the partial image again. Well, of course, I answered without thinking. If it's possible to go back, then I want to, I think. I've never wondered if there could be any other answer. I stopped dwelling on this question as a long time ago. If I'd been asked before I met Saya, I wouldn't have hesitated. But what about now? What does it mean to wish for the past? And what could it do to me and Saya? As soon as these questions occur to me, my true feelings become unclear. The hurried answer I just gave her was less certain than I thought. Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, wait, no, it's her.
Well, yeah, of course you would.
Saya smiled softly. Her expression was an unreadable mixture of what seems to be sorrow and relief. Seeing it fills me with sudden unease, as though I've just wounded her deeply with my careless words. Hey, Saya,
It's okay, Fuminori. Don't say any more.
Saya silences me with another kiss and thrusts her tongue into my mouth with even greater passion than before. As the sweet softness of her tongue clouds my mind, I began to feel an urgent need to say what she prevented me from saying, to speak those most important words. Saya. I can't speak for some reason. My mind is hazy. My consciousness is slipping away as the euphoria from her kiss spreads to my entire body.
Sleep well, Fuminori.
I hear Saya whisper softly from far away.
Don't worry. When you wake up, it'll all be over.
I think I can take the screen down now, but I'm going to wait a second. Oh. Wait, I have to tell you something before I sleep. Just one thing. My efforts are meaningless, however, as oblivion calls me into its embrace. Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I expected.
Wait, where's all the paint? Or is it not in the kitchen? Yeah. When I awoke, the first thing that greeted me was a terrible stink. Mr. Suzumi's body was covered in flies, and I could smell the rotten stench that you would expect from a corpse. The night is ended, but Saya was nowhere to be seen in the morning light. Aside from the blood-covered floor, the kitchen looked like the same as it had before the accident. In the den, however, the colors that had been so soothing the day before now served as a stark reminder of what distant world I had been living in. Despite knowing that it would be futile, I wandered the house searching for Saya. For almost an hour, I tried in vain to deny reality. Then I called the police. When the operator answered, I couldn't stop myself from crying. It had been such a long time since I heard a human voice other than Saya's. And became clear later, Mr. Suzumi had murdered his family before I killed him. Unable to give the police a satisfactory explanation, I was arrested for all 3 murders. And when they found the remains of Takahata Omi in my house, a 4th was added to the charges. During my interrogation, I told them everything exactly as it had happened, in every detail. The detectives didn't believe me, of course, but the doctor who came later did. He had me moved from the jail to a much cleaner white room. That night, this room looks... That's right, this room looks just as white to me as it does to everyone else. In the end, it declared me incapable of answering for my actions. Everything that has happened to me was real, but part of a reality incompatible with the rest of the world. So the doctors gave me a space all to myself, a place where I could live in my own world. I am sad that I wasn't believed, but I know that it couldn't be helped. In this world, reality is what the majority says it is. I had the misfortune to step outside of that box. The walls of my room are undeniably white. That, at least, I can be thankful for as I live out the rest of my life here. Everyone says that there was never a girl named Saya. Well, so be it. Saya probably never was part of their world. But why shouldn't I be able to hear Saya's voice here in my room? This is my world, after all. Continuation of the very real time that we spent together. How long did I wait with such thoughts floating through my mind? One night I awoke to the sound of something crawling down the hallway. The sound would not normally have woken me, but I must have had a premonition that night. Sleeping lighter than usual, I had waited for her arrival, and so I knew instantly that it was her. Saya? She did not answer, but I could feel her outside my door, struggling with some internal conflict. Why won't you let me hear your voice? After a long silence, something small slid through the narrow bars of my peephole. It was a cell phone, the screen already showing a notepad with freshly entered text.
My voice will sound strange to you.
I couldn't suppress a chuckle at Saya's uncharacteristic display of shyness. I don't care about that at all, I said, setting the phone back through the bars. I just want to hear you, see you. After a short pause, the phone returned to my side.
Please let me stay with Saya you remember.
Okay. I started to suspect that it might be so. In the hell my eyes had made of the world, Saya alone looked normal. I thought that she was somehow unique. In truth, however, had probably been a different kind of unique than I imagined. It wasn't that my sense hadn't distorted her appearance, but that she had been so unusual as to seem normal to my twisted mind. Saya's true form was something other than what I had known. Now, however, I could see her as she really was. But Saya didn't want that. It was not for me to question the workings of her heart. I just had to accept that the girl needed to keep some things private. That girls need to keep some things private. I tried to say something to you that day. Do you remember? I slid the phone back to her.
Hoping you've forgotten.
I smiled wryly at the text screen on the screen, wondering if she really thought me so heartless. How could I forget? No one was listening, but still, it would have been embarrassing to speak the rest aloud, so this time I typed it into the phone. GHIJKLMNO.
What?
TUV. Yeah. Misaki, have you ever used an old touch, a old phone with buttons?
Yeah, my grandpa has one of those.
Yeah. So to type letters, each of the 9 buttons had a different set of letters, and you had to press the button multiple times to cycle through them. So
Oh.
yeah. So each line there is he's going through the letters there, and it's the last one there is what he actually typed. DE. I love. WXY. MNO. TU. I slid the phone back through the slot. I could sense her trembling outside my door. I couldn't hear or see her, but still I knew. Saya was crying. I was ready, you know. Perhaps my words offered her no comfort, spoken so late. Even so, I was ready. I wanted to return to my old life, true, but I would have abandoned that wish for Saya. I know that I would have gone with her, hand in hand, as far as we could, even to the most forbidden of places. Saya, too, must have known that I was prepared, and because she knew, she stopped me from saying those words. If I had spoken that oath, there would have been no going back. I think that's her.
I'm sorry. I was a coward.
Seeing the words on the screen, I shook my head. It's not your fault. If I hadn't hesitated, you would have found the courage.
I was afraid of you, of how you were changing because of me.
It's no one's fault. Sai couldn't bring herself to take everything from me, and I couldn't bring myself to give up everything for her. We were too weak to find happiness. What will you do now, Saya?
I'll keep searching for my dad. He'll know how to send me back to where I came from. Oh, that implies that Dad summoned her.
Yep.
He was a mage.
You see, you do want to go home, don't you? A short time passed with no words or messages exchanged. Wonder how many times in that brief silence, yes and no changed places in her mind.
Yeah.
When the phone finally returned, the characters on the screen seemed strangely uncertain. Well, I hope you find your father.
I'll do my best.
The time had come for our parting. She had chosen her path, and I had given my blessing. There was nothing more to be said. If you change your mind, I'll always be here. You can come see me whenever you want.
I will, thank you. Goodbye, Kuminori.
I read her final message and returned the phone to the other side. Goodbye, Saya. She gently slapped my door in response. Then I heard the sound of her sliding off down the hallway. Now I was left alone in the silence of the night. Ever since that day, I've been waiting. Perhaps Saya really did return to where she came from. Perhaps she's still wandering today, looking for her father. It must be hard. She must be lonely. When she can no longer stand being alone, she will surely return to me. I'm the only one who will comfort her and whisper sweet nothings into her inner ear. And so I wait, dreaming of her face and her voice. I wait. Forever in my white world. Well,
That is a realistic ending considering what happened.
yep.
We call them bodies like, yeah, boy, your explanation's not good. And also, what's this in your fridge?
Yep. Obviously, that's not the only ending. We still have the other path to take, but... yeah, so this has been quite an interesting story so far. I hope the song doesn't get claimed. I didn't think to test that, but... So what do you think of it so far?
Yeah, it's interesting though. I feel so bad for the friends right now.
Yeah. I mean, Gen Urobuchi does not hold back with this stuff. Like, always a lot of suffering.
Like, no matter what, that one friend's gonna die. Like, first death is confirmed, so I feel like that no matter what. Now I fear for the other friends.
So I think How Long to Beat said this game was about 6 hours to full clear. Probably closer to 8 hours for us because of reading time, but I think we're making good progress if we already got to one of the endings. Okay, have I gotten bonked yet on YouTube? It's still a green icon and still doesn't say copyright claim, so that's a good sign. Okay. Oh, I gotta put the screen up before I load because we were on naked shot. Okay. I don't need it anymore. On that terrible day when I first opened my eyes after the accident, what would my answer have been? Get the partial cover. When I think back to this many years from now, will I wish that my answer today had been different? It doesn't matter. Here at this moment, there's no doubt in my mind. Who was that? I asked Saya, looking at the unidentifiable piece of the monster.
The living next door. I don't know his name.
Oh, Mr. Suzumi. He was hardly a stranger. We've been neighbors for as long as I can remember. I go so far as to say we were on good terms before the accident. Now I've killed him with my own two hands. I feel a little. Mr. Suzumi, the kindly painter who lived next door, is but a distant memory. Pieces of meat around me belong to the creature whose mere existence was nauseating. Only by killing the vermin could I find relief. Let's show a little more of this, I guess. He complained about my yard being filthy, the swine. It doesn't matter what Saya did. He wasn't worth keeping alive anyway.
Wow, he talked bad about my lawn. How dare he?
These are my honest feelings. My hands are wet with another man's blood, and yet I am utterly calm. Now I know what I lost in the accident. Saya says that I can take it back, but I know that I cannot. It's gone forever. Like the life of that man called Suzumi. Hey, Saya, no doctor can possibly fix my condition, you know.
Naughty?
You can do what no human is capable of. You're not human, are you? Saya looks away, her expression unreadable. Everything is monstrous and loathsome in my eyes. Everything but Saya. I thought she was somehow unique. I was wrong. I see her just as I do everything else. As something other than what she really is. But why should that surprise me? Saya is part of my world, just as I am part of hers. It doesn't change what we are to each other. I stand and walk over to Suzumi's dismembered corpse. I read this manga once, about a man who recovered from an accident only to find that he could no longer see the world as it was. Kind of like me. It was called Tsukihime. I finally realized that even though the stench of these monsters' flesh turns my stomach, their bloody guts smell pretty good. In fact, I know this fragrance quite well. You saw people as rocks and robots as beautiful women.
What?
Okay, not Tsukihime then. And so he fell in love with something that wasn't remotely human. I wonder if this is an actual manga. I feel like it could be, but I don't know the reference.
I want to read that.
I retrieve the cleaver, pick up a piece of Suzumi's body. I start removing the skin and tendons. Just as I thought. Stuff underneath is exactly the same as what Saya and I have been eating. Hey, this looks pretty good. Let's eat it.
Goody.
Oh, sorry. You're in no mood for that now, are you? Not that it... Now that it's dead, though, being is meat. It'd be a waste to throw it away. We should get it in the fridge.
Is that alright with you?
Sure, I answer easily. There's no longer any room for doubt in my mind. Also, his wife and daughter are probably next door. It may cause trouble when he doesn't come home. You better hunt them down before they go to the police.
Oof. But is that really what you want?
Saya asks again, this time with a trace of fear in her voice. Guess I still haven't convinced her of my sincerity. So at the end of this manga, the man who fell for something inhuman gives up his own humanity for the sake of their love. A happy ending, don't you think?
Luminati.
You're all I need now, Saya. Nothing else matters as long as we're together. Tossing the knife and meat aside, I pull Saya into my arms once more. I can say it now. Can't I, Saya? I love you. As Saya wipes away the tears flowing from her eyes, I can no longer see any hint of fear in her face. I don't want you to regret this. I don't, but I've sworn my oath, and Saya has accepted it. You have nothing to fear now. Saya will never need to cry again. I can't help... Wait.
Help it. I'm so happy. I guess I'm pretty selfish, aren't I?
I don't mind. I'll always indulge your selfishness. Filled with contentment, we exchange a smile and set to the task of cleaning the room. A single person produces a lot more meat than I expected. Speaking of which, I seem to remember doing something similar before. About his wife and daughter, I think he killed...
Wife and daughter. He killed him. I heard their screams.
Didn't the daughter get away? Or...
No, she tripped.
Oh, yeah. Well, that makes things easier. After we finish here, we should go gather the meat from the Suzumi house. That should be enough to hold us for a while. And we could use their refrigerator to store what won't fit in ours.
Wow. He just instantly accepted the life of a cannibal.
Yeah.
Like, this is fine.
It's all coming together. Saya and I will be just fine.
Until the cops get involved.
We'll just eat the cops. Okay, the scene's over, but we're also in the bedroom, so do I take the screen down?
Don't press the bed.
Alright, we'll keep put the partial cover over a bit longer.
I think I recognize this picture.
Oh wait, no, I think... Yeah. After we finish our labors to get into bed, I think I show Saya what I found in Ogai's house.
It looks familiar. Yeah, I've definitely been there.
The photograph that Saya has selected is the one with a Tochigi prefecture address on the back. That's a house, right? I see trees and mountains.
Yeah. Well, Fuminori, you can see pictures now?
A little. At the outset of my ordeal, I had to depend entirely on my sense of distance to decipher what I saw. The house in front of me, the mountains far behind them, clouds high above. Only distance and scale told me what they were. Photographs and other flat images used to be nearly impossible to make out. Oh, they're actually addressing this. I was wondering about that earlier. Recently, however, I've gotten better at understanding what things are by their shape. I know what the mountains and sky look like, for instance, and how to tell them apart from buildings. Each of the three pictures shows a similar scene: a lone house in the middle of a thick forest.
Dad called it his retreat. He said that no one would find us there.
Judging by the address on the back of each photo, they probably are excellent places to hide from prying eyes, but why three? The dates are pretty old, and it seems odd that they were all taken within a few days of each other. Maybe he was scouting properties, looking for the perfect location for his hideaway. Saya recognizes only one of the houses, so that must be the one Ogai picked. Checking the locations on the road map of the Kanto area, I find that it's about 3 hours out of Tokyo by car. Do you think your father will be there?
I tried calling him, but he didn't answer. I don't think he's there.
But he might have stopped by recently. The way I see it, our only hope of finding Ogai is to follow whatever leads we have, no matter how small. The probability that his hideout will yield useful information may be low, but it's not zero. Okay, good thing I kept the screen partially up. We're back to this image again. Oh my god, this game. Alright, let's go all the way up, just in case. I think I'll check this place out tomorrow.
Do you have to?
Saya pouts. I wasn't expecting her to object.
Isn't it far?
It'd only take about half a day to go there, check it out, and come back.
I have to stay home by myself when you're gone.
So that's what it is. Slightly exasperated, I smile and rub Saya's head. Be a little patient, okay? You want to find your father too, don't you? After a brief silence, during which her expression is hard to decipher, Saya looks up at me and says,
Hey, Fuminori, let's forget about Dad.
"Huh?" That's the last thing I expected her to say. Forget about him, but he's your father. Aren't you worried?
Not anymore.
Saya says, coming closer to to feel my warmth.
I have you now. Ah, so she got rid of Dad and now she has Daddy. I call him Dad, but he's not really my father. He taught me a lot and probably loved me in his own way. But you're kinder and warmer.
Saya's words make me make me happy, but I also hear the loneliness in them. Are you really all right with that?
Yeah. Don't you like it, being just the two of us?
I do, but I also want to meet Dr. Ogai. Having finally figured out how to explain my feelings, I continue. I want to get to know you better. If there's someone who knows more about you than I do, I have to meet them.
Oh,
Saya doesn't seem upset, but she does tilt her head quizzically, as though my thoughts are strange to her. And I also want to, yeah, I'm going to check it out tomorrow. Another plan has started to form in my head, one separate from the search for Dr. Ogai. If I find the doctor there, great. If I don't, well, I think I could find another use for his mountain retreat. I know you'll be lonely, but try to bear it for a little while.
okay.
She nods, then looks questioningly into my eyes.
Luminori, you really want a family and friends, don't you? More people you can spend time with?
Well, that would be more fun, yeah. Fearing that Saya will start sulking, I hurriedly add, But don't get me wrong, even if I could have lots of friends, you'll always be special to me.
I know. Thanks.
Giggling, Saya rubs her cheek against mine. I'll find something to make you happy, something just for you. Alright, we are finally out of that screen.
Today, all of Koji's classes were in the morning.
1 second.
Oh, now Koji's the main character.
Yeah, just give me a second. Gotta blow my nose.
We'll see Koji's morning classes, I guess.
Okay, sorry about that.
On his way to meet Yo for lunch after his final lecture, Koji suddenly gets a call in the middle of the hallway. Without thinking, he reaches into his belt for his new camera phone, but curses when he realizes that the ringtone is coming from the old phone in his bag. He hasn't transferred his contacts list yet, and calls still come to his old phone from the people who don't know the new number.
I'm getting that drop out in your voice again, Misaki. Can you reconnect?
The name he sees on the display sends a chill up his spine. Fuminori.
Okay.
Why now? What does he want? It's hard to be happy about a call from Fuminori after the incident at the Ogai house.
Hello? Hey, Koji. You're done with class for today, right? Yeah?
Of course, Fuminori would know that Koji is free on Thursday afternoons.
I need to talk to you about something. Can you come by to the parking lot? Now? Yeah, I'll be waiting.
Fuminori hangs up without another word. What's gotten into him? What does he want? Koji wonders as he sticks the phone back into his jacket pocket. The sudden change is disturbing after a week of Fuminori avoiding both Koji and Yo. Maybe he's finally ready to talk, in which case, Koji should probably consider this a good thing. However, he can't shake the feeling that something is wrong.
Did it keep you waiting? Nah.
In the parking lot, Koji finds Fuminori leaning against the fender of Koji's car. The last time they met was in the darkness of an abandoned house. This is the first time in over a week that they've spoken face to face in the light. Perhaps that is why Koji senses something strange in Fuminori's expression. He's not sure what exactly, but something has changed.
He's smiling now. I think I told you before that I'm looking for information on a man named Ogai. Yeah, I got that. Well, it's starting to get more complicated. Looks like I can't handle it by myself after all.
Fuminori seems more relaxed than before. He used to be tense all the time, like he was terrified of something. But now his expression is calm. He's even wearing what resembles a sheepish grin.
I need your help, Koji.
Nevertheless, some instinct is telling Koji that Fuminori's changes are not for the better.
Why the sudden change of heart?
It's because he wants to eat you, Koji. Koji asks, keeping his expression neutral to conceal his suspicion.
You're curious, aren't you?
Fuminori responds coolly. His smile, unreadable as ever, offers no glimpse of his true motives.
You searched Dr. Ogai's house after me. It's a waste of time for us to look for him separately. We should team up.
Why? Why does he sense malice, thick and viscous, lurking behind Fuminori's smile?
Anyway, I need your car today. Mind driving?
Wow, of course, that's why he went for his friend, for a free ride.
I guess not.
Fuminori's car was destroyed in the accident, so Koji isn't surprised that he needs a lift. Koji unlocks his car and gestures for Fuminori to take the passenger seat, then gets behind the wheel and starts the engine.
Well, where are we going? Also, where's the speedometer? I don't know how fast this thing is. There's no dial on it. Okay. North, Tochigi, near the Nasu Heights.
Tochigi? Oops.
Oh, yeah, Tochigi.
Koji can't believe his ears.
Here's the address.
Fuminori says, handing Koji a photo with an address on the back.
We need to find this building.
I hope they have a GPS.
I don't know if GPS was even a... Actually, I don't know how old this game is, but if GPS was a thing, it was like it was probably pretty expensive at the time.
Sounds kind of like, oof. It's like, yeah, I need to go here. We gotta find this specific building. I don't really know where it is, but it should be around this area, I think.
I could definitely say Google Maps was not a thing yet. If we leave now, we should get there by evening, right? Oh, wait, yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Koji sighs heavily, tapping the steering wheel as he calms himself down. Now that he's come this far, the only thing he can do is see his friend's craziness through to the end.
Is this a vacation home or something? Probably. Dr. Ogai should be there.
Koji's been looking forward to meeting the owner of that creepy house, but he's even more uneasy about letting Fuminori go alone. It looks like he just has to grin and bear it.
We might not get back until night. Sorry for the trouble. Don't mention it.
Koji drives out of the parking lot, leaving the rest of what he thought to say unspoken. Fuminori's smile seems wrong somehow, like a mask hiding its true face. Yul finds herself sitting alone in the cafeteria, searching for a familiar face as her lunch cools on the table in front of her. She was hoping to see Koji today, but he must have had other plans that wouldn't be at all unusual. Normally, Omi and Fuminori would pick up the slack. But Omi and Fuminori aren't here anymore. Yul puts on her chopsticks, her appetite ruined by the lack of company, and by the anxiety eating at her. Omi is missing, Fuminori has turned on her, and she has no idea why. If Koji were here, she could count on him to distract her with some idle conversation. Now that she's all by herself, Yo becomes keenly aware of how little tolerance she has for loneliness. She begins to feel paranoid, like the whole world is plotting to take from her everything that she cherishes. What is going on here? Where has Omi gone? Is Fuminori really unrelated to her disappearance? Or is he the key to this mystery, as Koji and Dr. Tombo suspect? Yo recalls the events of last Thursday, alone and without an outlet for her pain after Fuminori verbally eviscerated her. Yo was lucky enough to run into Koji. Although he could hardly make her problem go away, his kindness was a comfort. At the same time, Omi was on her way to Fuminori's house, and she hasn't been heard from since. Yo has only been aware of Fuminori's connection to Omi's disappearance since yesterday, when Koji revealed the truth during their visit to the hospital. What if... A new possibility occurs to her, a reason for why Omi suddenly decided to visit Fuminori. What if it hadn't been a coincidence that Yo ran into Koji that day? What if Koji and Omi had known what transpired between her and Fuminori, and had decided to act separately? Omi might have seen the confrontation in the courtyard. She might have been eavesdropping. It's not unthinkable. As the idea forms in her mind, Yo feels as though something is tearing apart her body from the inside. It's It's only a possibility, but if it's true, then whatever happened to Omi is Yo's responsibility too, isn't it? Yo clutches her head, groaning in agony. The food on her tray is now cold, not that she would have eaten it anyway. Despite her frustration and anxiety, Yo is unable to act on her own. She has never been good at adapting to challenges, and no one would ever call her proactive. She hasn't the slightest idea how to respond to the situation. If Omi were here, she would probably tell Yo to think positive and trust her instincts. Yo has always depended on her best friend's energy. Now that Omi is gone, Yo realizes just how weak and useless she is. She can only sink deeper and deeper into the abyss of self-loathing. The sudden ringing of her phone pulls her back from the brink of despair. It's a text message. There's no title, and the sender is... Omi? Yo cries out in shock. The message itself is even more baffling. If you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori, come to his house alone. Tell no one.
Yes, I'm sure that's Omi. I actually was wondering what would have happened to her cell phone earlier.
Do these old phones not have passwords?
Some might, but it wasn't universal.
The message bears no trace of Omi's personality, but Yo can't deny that it was sent from her phone. She takes a deep breath to calm herself before typing her reply, taking care that the excitement doesn't cause her fingers to slip. Is that you, Omi? Where are you? Yo presses send. The screen shows that her message was received. As she waits for a reply, her mind fills with questions. Is someone else using Omi's phone to send text messages? If so, why to her? Something suddenly occurs to her. She and Omi have exchanged countless messages over the years, many of which contain the sort of embarrassing confessions that close girlfriends share. At times when her feelings for Fuminori grew too strong to contain, Yo often put them into words for Omi to read. Did Omi put a password on her phone? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Even if she had, the person who sent the message was obviously able to unlock it, which means that whoever it is has full access to her history. Do you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori? Yo reads the strange message one more time. Whoever sent it must believe that Yo has an interest in Fuminori. The phone rings again, startling Yo, but she quickly recovers and looks at the screen. There is no title, and the sender is still Takahata Omi. I'll tell you everything when we meet. Come alone. Tell no one. It's not Omi. She would never try to scare Yo with such a mean-spirited prank. Anxiety has brought Yo almost to tears. Her mind isn't made to deal with this. Who is using Omi's phone and promising to reveal Fuminori's secrets? Who? Yo desperately wants advice from Koji, from anyone. She even starts to dial Koji's cell, but a sudden suspicion stops her. The sender might be somewhere nearby, watching her at this very moment. A cold chill runs down her spine as she looks fervently around the cafeteria. Come alone, tell no one. The lifeless characters on the screen are like a knife against her throat. However, Yo clutches her phone and forces her heart to stop pounding. Isn't this cowardice exactly what she hates the most about herself? Doesn't she want to know what she's capable of? Doesn't she want to do more than sit and wait? Yo realizes that her hand is shaking. How easy would it be to just give in to her cowardice, to convince herself that Omi and Fuminori are beyond her reach? That is what she truly wants, even if it means abandoning dignity and loyalty. She wants to flee from the unknown. But she also knows that even escape is beyond her. Yo understands herself well. She knows that no matter how far she runs, regret and self-loathing will consume her after everything else has fallen apart. In the end, Yo was unable to overcome her cowardice alone. She lacks both the willpower and the courage to run. The afternoon silence is somehow forbidding. A stink is in the air. The stink of garbage left out to rot. Even this perfectly normal residential neighborhood seems ominous to Yo in her current state. She feels like she's standing in the middle of a necropolis, as if everyone in the houses around her is dead.
Nah.
Which is probably true. Yo pushes her fear aside and presses a buzzer on the Sakisaka house's front gate. Fuminori wasn't in class today. Is he home? He couldn't have sent those awful messages, could he? She doesn't even want to consider the possibility, so she forces the unwelcome thoughts from her mind. There's no response from the intercom. Yo doesn't know, of course, that Omi stood in the same spot 1 week ago, staring at the silent intercom with the same confusion that Yo is experiencing now. She, however, is not forced to wait as Omi was. The phone in her pocket rings, catching her off guard. It's another text message from Omi's phone. Come in, the door is open. Yo looks around quickly, a shiver running through her as she realizes that she's being watched. Searching fearfully for an observer, Yo spots movement out of the corner of her eye on the second floor of the Sakisaka house. A tightly drawn window curtain just fluttered. The person who sent the messages is inside the house. Only now does Yo realize that every other window has its storm shutters closed. No matter what happens inside, no one will ever know. This time, she nearly gives in to the intense urge to flee. But the terror she feels towards her invisible watcher is stronger, and will not permit her to turn her back upon the open window. She has nowhere else to run, or she's nowhere to run. Yo bursts into tears, unable to take a single step. The phone in her hand rings again, demanding that she enter. She steps through the gate. When she enters a house, an overwhelming stench assaults her nostrils. The house is dark even though it's in the middle of the day. Fuminori must be out as his shoes are not on the vestibule. However, Yo catches sight of a different pair of stuffed behind the shoe cupboard. They look familiar, so she pulls them out of the shadows for a closer look. As soon as she recognizes them, her mind tries desperately to deny reality. They are identical to Omi's favorite shoes. Yo has seen her wearing them many times before. But that doesn't mean Omi is here, she tells herself. They might belong to someone else, someone who bought the same shoes from the same store. There's no way Omi could be here, is there? With a sudden flash of clarity, Yo presses the most frequently used speed dial button on the phone in her tightly clenched fist. The phone dials Omi's number. It takes only a second for the signal to reach the nearest relay station, and then... a familiar ringtone echoes through the house. It's coming from the second floor. Someone must still be up there, in the room with the moving curtains. Omi's phone rings for just a few moments, and then it stops, as whoever is holding it realizes Yo's intentions. For the first time, Yo feels the definite presence of her formless guide. Who's there? She gathers her courage and calls out into the house, but there is no response. Whoever it is must not want to be seen. Swallowing hard, Yo walks down the hallway to the staircase. Maybe it's Omi, maybe it's Fuminori. Surely, it's just the two of them playing a prank on her. Koji might even be here with them. Yo's mind fills with comforting images of her friends. She needs to believe that there is still hope, otherwise she could not take another step. Is that you, Omi? Fuminori, are you here? Are you there? As she climbs the stairs one at a time, Yo calls out in a voice choked with tears. When they see her sobbing, they'll probably laugh at her. Let them. It will be the happiest moment of her life. She just wants this torment to end. She tries to move faster, but her trembling legs will not let her. With each agonizing second that passes, she begs for release from this nightmare. After climbing for what seems like an eternity, Yo finds herself standing in the second floor hallway. No sound greets her. There is only the gloom, brimming with silent malice. Omi? Omi, are you there? She shuffles forward, calling out in a weak voice. Come out already, please. I can't take this anymore. The door in front of her is half open. It must lead to the room that overlooks the front gate. Yo watches helplessly from the corner of her mind as her body, seeming to move on its own volition, slowly opens the door. The room is empty.
So this is what the bedroom looks like.
Okay. The damp, stinking air clings to Yo's skin. Please, stop this. She is at her limit, unable to take a single step more. Her spirit has been utterly crushed. Perhaps this is the moment her tormentor was waiting for.
Oh, fuck.
Of course.
Alright, 349.
Something grabs Yo's arms in from behind, something flexible and strong like slime-covered rubber. Well, this shows that Saya is a tentacle monster.
Yep.
And the thing binds her limbs, finger-like appendages tear roughly through her blouse and force their way inside. Yo screams at the top of her lungs, amazed that she still has the strength to do so. Responding to her distress, Aimo energy surges through her body as she flails wildly to free herself. However, the grip of the thing behind her remains unbreakable. With escape impossible, Yo can only scream louder as something cold and wet slips under her bra and wraps itself around her breasts. She is helpless to resist as the invader squeezes her breasts and... Wait, is Saya going after Yo now?
Looks like it.
Oh my.
Alright. And you can say nipple, so...
And sucks at her nipples, which have gone stiff with fear under the horrifying onslaught. Her ears are filled with the sound of something slimy sliding over her skin. As the loathsome assault of her breasts continue, the unimaginable terror threatens to drive Yo utterly mad. Her throat is already raw from screaming, and now she can't even breathe as she struggles desperately against her attacker. Suddenly, the thing releases its grip on her breasts and pulls out from her under her bra. Yo falls to the floor, unable to support herself on her unresponsive legs. The creature that grabbed her is still there, lurking in a dark corner of the room. She can feel it watching her, but can't bring herself to turn around. She knows that seeing it will likely destroy the last vestiges of her sanity. From close by comes the beep of buttons being pressed. Yo hears a cheerful electronic sound terribly out of place in this room, and sees the phone in her hand blink coldly. A new text message has arrived. She is powerless to stop herself from reading the characters on the screen. You're pretty, and your breasts are so big and soft. I bet they're good for attracting males. Now she has her answer. The messages from Omi's phone were sent by the thing that just mauled her breast. Odd. Yo curls up into a tiny sobbing ball, unable to raise her voice or even move. Oh God, please save me. The creature makes a burbling sound. Yo somehow understands that it is laughing at her. That must be how you tempted Fuminori. You tried to steal him from me, didn't you? Thief.
Okay, she's just going full yonder right now. Okay, I saw the screen. Oh god, nope, never mind. Shit. I had the screen partially up, but not. It was covering the tap half. Gotta edit that too.
Well, I did not expect like her to like full on go after Yo. Well,
Yep. Okay. 352.
he's like, okay, let's see. So this is why Fuminori's into her. Well, time for me to find out why too. Haha.
All right. Well, ironically, I can show the bottom of this one partially anyway. Just kind of got a dead look in her eyes. Okay, can't go too far because the angle, but. All right. Yep. I don't know why I did not expect tentacle grape, but okay. Oh, let's start going through this now.
Like we can see it from this point of view, but I wonder what it looks like from like the other point of view. Like, would that be Saya's hand, or did she grow her own pee-pee? Like,
I mean,
what is it like on the other side?
I mean, well, the question is, what is her anatomy? We haven't actually seen what her body looks like in that form.
True, true.
Oh,
I won't kill you. Though her mind is now barely functioning, Yo hears a voice whisper to her inside of her head. It's a girl's voice, sweet and sinister, with the cruel innocence of a child gleefully plucking the wings from butterflies. Instead, I'll let you share in her happiness. Rejoice, Yo. We'll love you to death. Well,
Yep.
I guess Saya's into Yo too. The soft voice is a stark contrast to the unyielding strength that drives irresistibly into Yo's core.
So wait, she can speak normally, or
I guess so.
like?
The pain is sharp and savage, greater than anything she's ever felt before. It should be unbearable, but there is no longer enough left of Yo's mind to recognize it as pain. Oh. While she stares blankly at the things slithering deeper and deeper into her body, an idle thought floats through her fading consciousness. I've still never been kissed, have I? Saya just skipped all the bases.
Yeah.
It has begun to snow by the time they pass Utsunomiya on the Tohoku Expressway.
I hope the roads aren't snowed out. What snow?
Koji says.
What snow? That looks like clear skies to me.
In the passenger seat, Fuminori is gazing out of the frosted window in silence. He's been in this trance-like state for almost an hour now. Taking advantage of his inattention, Koji stares unabashedly at Fuminori from the corner of his eye. He still doesn't understand the danger signals that he's been getting from the man. Fuminori has stopped avoiding Koji, and he's even in the eye when he talks. So why does he seem even more distant now than he did when he was trying to push his friends away? Fuminori's posture is noticeably relaxed, but his gaze never wavers, not even for a moment. It's as though he is focused on a clearly defined future that he has chosen to bring about, one that has no place for the needs or wants of others. Right now, Fuminori is complete. Koji cannot help but feel that beneath his bland exterior is a core of solid steel that no one can touch.
Sorry, Misaki, but you're cutting out again.
No, why?
I wish we could get you better internet, but I imagine there's not a lot of options where you are.
It's so weird though, because I haven't been seeing the exclamation mark.
Yeah, like, it's just your voice, you know. The streaming seems to be working fine, but about Omi.
Koji says suddenly, trying to gauge Fuminori's reaction. It's been a week since
No,
she
no,
disappeared. Oops.
yeah. It's been a week since she disappeared, and we still haven't heard from her. Oh.
Fuminori replies curtly, still staring off into the distance.
That's not good. I wonder what happened to her.
Fuminori's tone is completely emotionless. Koji might as well have asked him about the weather or the condition of the mountain roads near the destination.
I asked you this before, but you sure you don't have any idea what happened to her? Not a clue.
Fuminori answers, in exactly the same tone that he used when Koji first questioned him following Omi's disappearance. Koji's eyes narrow.
It's like you don't give a damn. That's not true.
Finally, Fuminori shows some emotion. He sounds hurt, like he can't believe Koji could think such a thing.
She disappeared on the way to my place, didn't she? Of course I'm worried.
Sudden frustration wells up inside Koji. If possible, he'd like nothing more than to beat the secrets out of Fuminori's head. Koji's worried sick about Omi. To have his concern brushed off so coldly would be unbearable coming from a complete stranger, but from Fuminori, who was his best friend, it's... Fuminori never used to be this callous. Even if Koji tried to interrogate him, he would probably never find out what changed him so. If Fuminori were still just hiding inside the shell that he'd erected around himself after the accident, Koji might have been able to get some answers out of him. With the sly evasive Fuminori, however, there's nothing Koji can do. Fuminori will never reveal his true intentions, not to anyone. All that's left then is for Koji to discover the truth on his own.
Omi was going to ask you about Tsukuba, you know. Oh?
Fuminori smiles bitterly at the mention of Tsukuba's name, perhaps feeling sympathy for her pain. To Koji, however, it seems like pity, the sort one directs at an ant or a worm.
I wouldn't know what to say. To be honest, it's been hard to talk to her after what happened.
Unbelievable. If Fuminori's feelings for Yo were really this cold, then he would have rejected her when she first confessed to him, but he didn't, or at least the Fuminori before the accident didn't. Once again, Koji can't help but wonder if this man who looks like his friend is really a different person, who only possesses the memories of Sakisaka Fuminori. The snow has stopped falling when they get out of the West Nasu Flats interchange. This area must already have been getting a lot of snow, however, as the nearby mountains are covered in white beneath the trees. By the time they turn off the highway and enter the mountains, road conditions are already bad enough for Koji to regret having forgotten tire chains. Nevertheless, he continues to power his car up the precarious slopes with only the road maps to guide him.
This is not something I've ever seen in person, but apparently people might put chains on tires in heavy snow to give them more traction.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I think it's more of a Japan thing though, because I live in an area where it does get snowy, and I've never seen tire chains.
I feel like certain places should do that though.
Yeah.
Like where my friend lives, it snows there too, and then she says a lot of drivers crash.
Yeah.
In places like this, an address isn't enough to pinpoint a location. His only choice is to drive down every road, including private roads that aren't even on the map, while searching for something that matches the photograph.
Yep, this is still the era of physical paper maps.
That sucks.
Yep. And they could be out of date and... Why would you buy a home in a place like this? It's far from prying eyes. That must be why Dr. Ogai chose it.
The more he hears about Ogai, the less Koji wants to meet him. Fuminori is the one who spots a narrow road half hidden by the trees. practically an animal trail overgrown with weeds that are tall and strong enough to withstand the weight of the snow.
Is this really a road?
Koji stops the car and sticks his head out of the window to stare into the dark forest, but he can't see where the path leads through the tightly packed trees.
How does it look to you?
Fuminori hands Koji the photo, which he compares to the mountain ridges available beyond the trees.
Yeah, it's definitely the right angle. Let's check it out.
Fuminori's tone is as flat as always, but there is a quiet intensity in his voice that leaves no room for argument. Although Koji is worried that his car's suspension won't be able to handle the terrain, there's no turning back now. He shifts into second gear and starts down the frozen road. The sun sets early at high altitudes. As the car creeps up the mountain path, Koji catches glimpses through the trees of the gradually darkening sky. The forest is completely still, with no sound save for the rumble of the car's engine and the crackle of snow and brush beneath its tires. Fuminori is once again staring silently through the front window. Ominous silence, Koji feels the same faint chill that he felt when standing before Ogai's suburban home. It feels wrong, as though he is traveling deeper and deeper into a world not his own. After some time, a blocky shape suddenly appears amid the trees, standing out against the twilight sky. Koji turns off the engine and compares the structure in the structure in front of him, to the picture in his hand. A perfect match. Before he can tell Fuminori, however, his friend is already out the car.
Hey.
Realizing that it's pointless to call out to him, Koji shakes his head, grabs the flashlight from the glove compartment, and follows Fuminori across the snow-covered yard.
I feel like this game picks weird moments to draw CGs for. Like, just them getting out of the car and not, entering the building. It's
The photo must not have been taken recently, as the old run-down cabin before them has clearly been left to the mercy of the elements for some time. The front door appears to be locked, but Fuminori kicks it down without a second thought. Koji just watches, knowing that nothing he could say now would matter. All the windows are shut with heavy curtains, and the gloom inside is thick and stifling. Fuminori turns on his own flashlight and starts rummaging through the cabin without regard for its owner's privacy. Koji is reluctant to do the same, but it's obvious that this mountain retreat has been abandoned for a long time. Just like the house in Tokyo, there's no point in being considerate now. He goes to search a different room. Soon after entering the cabin, however, he realizes that their search is meaningless. There's nothing inside but bare necessities of life. Some rooms are even completely empty, save for a thick layer of dust on the floor. Of what few pieces of furniture are present, more than half appear to have been never used. There's an empty chest of drawers without a single scratch or handprint, but bearing a telltale sign of mold and moisture damage. The condition of the cabin is eerie, though in a different way than the filthiness of the house in the city. It's like someone put together a mock-up of a home and then left it to decay. The only signs that anyone lived here are found in the toilet, the bath, the kitchen, and the bedroom. It appears that the cabin was never used for anything but eating and sleeping. Beneath the darkened sky, the snow itself seemed to glow with a cold, white light. The scene is like something out of a fairy tale, but to Koji, it serves only as an unpleasant reminder that he has stepped outside of the reality that he knows. Next to the front porch is a plain wooden door, half buried in the ground. It's locked, of course, but Koji sees no reason for restraint after what Fuminori did to the front door. The door offers surprisingly little resistance to Koji's heavy kick, breaking open to reveal a set of concrete stairs leading down to a pitch-black basement. I wouldn't want to go down there.
Oops.
Koji would prefer to leave such a foreboding place to Fuminori, but it's not like he can just ask him to take his place. He descends into the chilly darkness, the beam of his flashlight leading the way. There turns out to be nothing in the basement but a storage room and a boiler, exactly like one would expect to find in an isolated mountain cabin. The few packages of preserved food sitting on the shelves have long since passed their expiration dates, and the boiler doesn't appear to have been used in years. Koji guesses that Ogai's mountain home has been abandoned longer than the house in Tokyo. Was Fuminori simply mistaken when he said that Ogai might be here? Or was he lying from the beginning? Not sure what to do next, Koji goes back up the stairs and walks around the outside of the cabin, and there he finds the backyard.
Oh no, it's the well from the ring.
Uh-oh. It's in much worse condition than the front yard, having been mostly reclaimed by the forest. It must have been neglected even when the cabin was still in use. The remnants of a woodshed lie in the yard, the mushrooms growing on it speaking to how much time has passed since its collapse. Next to the rotten logs, however, stands a circle of stone that has not yet succumbed to the elements. A well. The well has no bucket or pulley, and when Koji peers into it, he sees the water is no longer flowing. It's probably less than 10 meters deep, depending on how much mud has piled up inside. Koji's search for the cabin has revealed nothing of interest, inside or out. Leaning against the edge of the well, Koji wonders why Ogai bought this remote home deep in the mountains, and what he was doing here. As far as Koji can tell, there's no sign that more than one person ever stayed here.
It's far from prying eyes.
Uminori's words play back in Koji's head. Could this have been some sort of secret refuge, a place to remain hidden from the world? That would explain why there's nothing to suggest that whoever lived here did anything more than eat and sleep. Koji suddenly remembers that the doctor he met yesterday at T University. Maybe she'd know something. He takes out his phone and calls up the number. There's barely a signal, but it manages to get through.
The fact that there's a signal at all here at this time period, that's very lucky.
Mm-hmm. Koji's hopes are soon dashed, however, when his call goes straight to Dr. Tombo's voicemail.
The actual voicemail playing, like the.
He considers calling back later, but realizes that it would be hard to talk to her with Fuminori around. Fuminori would not at all be pleased to learn that Koji and Yo went to see his doctor. Koji decides that it's better to tell the doctor what he can while he's still alone.
Hello, this is Tono Koji. Thank you for your help yesterday.
Koji leaves a clear and concise message explaining that he went with Fuminori to Ogai's mountain retreat, giving the address and asking for confirmation that the property belongs to Ogai.
I'll call again when I get back to Tokyo. Goodbye.
After hanging up, Koji thinks back to their visits to the hospital. Is Dr. Tombo actually investigating like she said she would? Her reluctance to speak of Dr. Ogai is weighing on his mind. He talked to Yo about this on the way home, but they were unable to decide whether the doctor could really be trusted. Speaking of which, how is Yo doing? Koji hasn't seen her today.
Oh, I'm sure she's feeling good, in a way.
Sure. He didn't say a word to her about his trip to Tochigi. She might be worried, especially so soon after Omi's disappearance. Thinking to check up on her, Koji dials Yo's number and is surprised when it rings longer than it usually does. Did she forget her phone somewhere? Just as he's about to give up, the call connects. The first thing Koji hears is a strange sound. It's not signal interference, but some kind of wet, distorted noise, like the voiceless groans or perhaps sobs of someone far away. No, that's exactly what they are. The person on the other side is crying.
Tsukuba, is that you?
Who's there? There's a response, but is it really Tsukuba's voice? It's too twisted with agony for Koji to tell. Panic surges through Koji as he realizes that something is terribly wrong.
It's Koji. Tono Koji. Is this you, Tsukuba? Where are you?
After a short period of nothing but pain moans, words start coming through the speaker one by one, as though each takes an act of will. I was attacked by a monster, and now there's something wrong with my body.
What happened? Are you alright?
You'll almost be delirious because Koji can't understand a thing she's saying. Her gasps and wheezes, however, are enough to tell him that she's in an unimaginable pain. I'm rotting away. My skin is melting. My ear just came off.
Oh boy.
She's not making any sense. Koji feels despair seize his heart in an iron grip. What is happening to Yo now, 100 kilometers away? Only her voice gives any hint of what she's going through. There's nothing he can do for her. Help me, Koji. This isn't how my fingers are supposed to look.
Call the cops, Tsukuba. Call for help.
No, I can't let anyone see me like this. Yo suddenly breaks into a violently hacking cough, as though trying to expel something filling her throat.
Tsukuba.
Koji screams into the phone, his reason overwhelmed by unimaginable horror. Which is why he's unable to react when the phone is suddenly knocked from his hand, and also why he didn't notice Fuminori sneaking up on him until it was too late. Well, time to kick him in the well.
What?
Fuminori seizes Koji's lower jaw with his right hand. Cutting off Koji's angry shouts, Koji can hardly believe the strength of the smaller man's grip. His biggest mistake was leaning back against the well. There is nothing to grab onto as Fuminori pushes him backward over the edge. He can only flail his arms vainly in the air. Koji soon loses his balance entirely. He feels a terrifying weightlessness as the world spins before his eyes. Before he can realize what has happened, his back strikes something with a tremendous force. He thrashes wildly as cold, dirty water fills his mouth and freezes him to his core. Only when his fingers find the wall of the well, he is able to regain his sense of direction and right himself. On his hands and knees in the mud, Koji vomits filthy water out of his lungs.
Fuminori.
He tries to shout, but it comes out as a hoarse groan, distorted by the echo of the cramped space. Fuminori's laughter, on the other hand, is as clear as a bell.
Sorry for interrupting your call.
He says scornfully.
Here, I'll return this.
Fuminori tosses Koji's phone to the well. Koji catches it just before it hits him in the face, but finds that the battery pack has been removed, rendering it useless.
There's no way it would work at the bottom of a well anyway, so...
Well, Koji also has a second phone.
What the hell are you doing?
This is no joke. It's a miracle that Koji is uninjured. He could easily have broken his neck. And just because he's not hurt doesn't mean that he's safe. Koji feels around inside the well, searching for something to hold onto, but the mud-covered stone offers no purchase. It's obvious that he won't be able to get out without help.
Too bad the fall didn't kill you. I'd have to freeze to death. You really have no luck, Koji. You can't be serious.
Koji starts to say, but trails off as the pieces finally come together in his head. Today's sudden change in Fuminori's attitude, that smile that always seemed somehow malevolent, Fuminori hadn't been smiling at Koji but at the thought of his friend's death.
Why?
He can't wrap his head around the turn of events. Why would Fuminori try to kill him? True, Fuminori had wanted Koji to stay out of his business. But is that really a motive for murder?
It's not that I needed you dead right now exactly, but you might have become in trouble later on. So I figured I might as well take advantage of this remote location to, well... Might as well. You're doing this on a whim? You really need a reason to... Do you really need a reason to die?
Fuminori replies coldly. He sounds truly amazed that Koji would ask such a thing.
What makes you so special, Koji? People die for no reason at all. They also die when they are killed.
Mm-hmm.
My parents did, and I almost followed them. You're crazy. Come up with your own reason, why don't you? You'll have plenty of time down there.
Fuminori disappears from view, leaving Koji alone in the darkness with nothing to connect him to the outside world.
Fuminori! Hey, Fuminori!
Koji shouts at the top of his lungs, knowing beyond a doubt that if Fuminori leaves, all hope of rescue will vanish with him. No one will ever hear him calling for help from the bottom of this mountain well.
It's Sugaba! She's in trouble! Hey, Fuminori, listen! Get me out of here!
In his desperation, Koji no longer comprehends the futility of begging for mercy. No god or devil will answer him. His only hope is that Fuminori will have a change of heart. Praying for a miracle, he keeps calling Fuminori's name. Eventually, the sky grows as dark as the bottom of the well. Koji can no longer make out the edge of the opening, and he has long since lost track of how many hours he has been screaming. Nevertheless, he continues to scream, for he knows that the despair silence will kill him.
Fuminori, you just threw away a good meal.
It's finally back to the other point of view.
Yeah, that's it though. We're going for over 4 hours now. I think this might be a good place to stop for today.
I'm surprised by how little it actually goes to the main character's point of view.
Yeah. Let's see. I guess just quick save is fine. Okay.
I feel like Koji's secretly the main character.
Yeah.
It's been going to him a lot.
I mean, we had a lot of stuff earlier, with all this, like, getting to know his condition and his relationship with Saya and all that. It is interesting how he keeps switching perspectives, though. All right, so I guess that's it for today. Thank you for watching, everyone. We will hopefully finish the game tomorrow, and if not, then this game is way longer than I was told. We'll be starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow. That's, yeah. And I need to edit this. I gotta remember to edit this VOD when I'm done, because we got spooked a lot by H stuff. So, yep, see y'all tomorrow.